Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this latest live stream from Thrust Set Simulations. Today we are going to be in the Asobo ATR-72-600, a very nice aircraft, and I've been flying this kind of lately, getting to learn it after flying a lot of Dash 8 and X-Plane. So we're in Microsoft Flight Simulator today, and we are in the Silver Airlines livery. This is the only airline that I could find that actually flies these routes, and there are no United liveries. There is one for the ATR-72, which I started flying, but I actually like this aircraft a little bit better. We're going to be following the procedures today from it's a combination of different things. There's some really good videos by Jonathan Beckett out there where he has extensively researched various checklists and real-world pilot videos to see what the order they do stuff in. And then there is a checklist that I found that I posted in the description below that I'm going to be using today, and it's very good. So let me bring that up for you and show you kind of what it looks like. So I found this to be fairly complete. There is a link in my description, like I said. So it's divided into the various things that you do, and the colors correspond to the locations in the aircraft. So this purple here is left side panel, the blue is the FMS area, the main panel is a light blue. And so we're just going to kind of go through this. I'm going to be having this on the side. I'm not going to have this on the screen the whole time, but I'm just going to kind of be going through this. I've gotten pretty used to what's done now, and but I am using this, and I'll be referring back to it periodically during the stream. We're loaded up here in the simulator. All I've done is just load the aircraft in. I have gone and added in the weight and fuel. You do that with the Microsoft weight and balance. So we're sitting here cold and dark. Now there is something about this ATR-72 that you need to be aware of. Let's go into the cockpit here. So this is the cockpit here. So when you're inside, the very first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to turn on the batteries here, and then you're going to want to let the aircraft initialize. And so we're going to do that now. Okay? And turn on the battery here. There we go. And you'll see that things start happening here on the main panel, and the screens will start up here. Then after all the screens started up and everything's initialized, it takes about 30 seconds or so, you're supposed to turn on the ground power. Now on the overhead panel, is two areas for ground power. One is over here. This area here in the middle of the panel is normally reserved for maintenance. You're not supposed to do anything with it. But I have found that if you do not turn on this external power and you just turn on this one like you're supposed to, the batteries drain in about 5 minutes and you'll not be able to start the aircraft. It's very frustrating. It took me a while to figure that out. So we're going to turn on this power here as well, and that charges the batteries. Now we're going to start a timer anyway, just to be sure, because I haven't 100% sussed that out yet, to make sure that in fact that's the case. So we're going to right now turn on the ground power on both sides. All right, and then we're going to come down here and we're going to start the chronometer. Okay, so because you've got 5 minutes, and that's pretty much it. So now once you've turned on ground power, what you're supposed to do, I'm going to kind of do this in the order that I've kind of gotten used to, but pretty much you turn on the DC generators, you turn on the prop brake, and we're going to start the engine. This allows the engine to start without the prop spinning, so it allows you to get power to the aircraft, almost like an APU. I like to turn on the nav lights so people know that we've got power to the aircraft. Then we're going to turn on we're going to arm the emergency lights, and then we're going to turn on these 3 hydraulic pumps, and then you want to turn on the ACW, the Wild. It's called ACW Wild Gen 1 and Gen 2. You turn on the windshield heat, and you turn on the main oxygen supply. There's also some tests that we can do. Now these aircraft tend to be pretty dark, so I'm going to turn on the main cabin lights here. Okay, so you want to make sure this is guarded, that these lights are all in, and also you want to make sure the seatbelts are on, since we actually have the fuel on board. Okay, and then you want to test the lights. Okay, there we go. Lights are tested, and they all look good. Okay, now we want to come over and we want to test the of course, test the squib. Lights come on. Test the alarm. That's cool. Come on over the other side here. Test this squib here. Okay, lights come on. That's good. You want to press this. Make sure these alarms go off. Then you want to do this SW test. I'm not sure what SW means, but cab okay, service is okay, so that's cool. Okay, so now we come down to the panel here, and now we want to keep track. Now one way we can tell is by coming to the system page, and we will see if there's charging going on, and we'll watch this battery voltage, because if you don't have that other one on, this will drop, and next thing you know, you'll be trying to start the engines, they won't start. What the heck's going on? And eventually you come over here and find out you only got 3 volts here. So we want to check and make sure this is continuing to be powered. Okay, so we got 2 minutes yet, nothing much has happened. So I'm not sure what runway we're going to be taking off today. There is ATC on, which we will be getting, but I think we might be getting runway 10, because the winds today are pretty strong actually here. The winds we have today are 103 at 22. So we'll probably almost certainly be getting runway 10. And so we're going to put in the heading of 105. That's the runway heading for that runway. And then in a second I'll be going over what the routing is. We're taking a little bit of a scenic route. We're not going the direct route that you would find on FlightAware. Just because it's kind of dull and over the ocean quite a bit. So I want to make sure that we actually see something on the way. So I've filed a particular route that I'm going to go over with you in a second. Press the magic B key here. Now let's see. So we want to make sure the landing gear is down. It is. We want to make sure that the gust lock is on, the parking brake is set. We want to make sure the thrust levers here are in ground idle, and they are. And we want to make sure that the condition levers are in cutoff. Okay. Now I usually come over here and turn up these lights, just because it's usually dark in here. And there's some other tests that we're not going to actually perform, just because these aircraft are in pretty good shape. So we're going to set up to, so now we're back here. Well, let's see. I filed 17,000, but I have to see what the ATC is going to give me. Okay, we want to make sure that boost is on and that the power management is set to takeoff. There's a pretty good checklist in here that I may look at, but the one I'm using is actually pretty good. We can also test these. No, not yet. Okay, so now The course. So the course for runway. Okay, so now we can also set the course here. So let's get that course in here and it's going to be 105. This is in case we lose an engine, have to come back. We'll set up for the ILS 10. Now in reality, runway 10 is closed. And so the ATC here lately has been, some of the controllers have been honoring that, some have not. I see in the ATIS today, they're talking about runway 8 and runway 10. Okay, we got 4 minutes left. We still got the battery charging. So it looks like that's the main issue. So I think we're going to be okay. Okay, let's see. We also want to go over here since we want to get the nose wheel steering off because we're going to be over here using the ATC pushback. So we'll get the nose wheel steering off. Okay. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll set up the frequencies. So we're going to be having the VHF. So right now the controller that are on is San Juan approach, and that frequency is 119.4. So we're going to put that in standby here and switch it over. So 119.4 and press enter. That's how you do that. Then we'll switch it over. And then that's all we're going to have. So then we'll set up this one to be Unicom 122.8. Enter. Okay, so we have that in there. And then we'll set this one up to be guard 121.5. Enter. And switch that over. Okay, now we're going to go to nav, and 110.3 is going to be the ILS frequency. Oh no, 109.7 is the frequency for runway 10, the ILS. So we'll put that in, and then we'll switch that over. Okay, there we go. And then we'll put in the secondary here. We'll put in the San Juan VOR, which is 114.0, and we'll put that in here, and just as a backup. Okay, so we've got that done. We don't know what our squawk code is going to be yet. Okay, so now we have ATC. I'm going to see if I can turn him down. Time being here. We don't need to be hearing him. Okay. And maybe what I'll do is I'll get my clearance right now. So just to be sure. San Juan approach, United 1067 on the ground here, Bravo 5 at ATR-72, looking to get IFR clearance to Dominica.
United 1071 on approach, you're cleared to the Dominica airport, be radar vectors, route 2, then it's filed, maintain 5,000, expect 17,000 once you miss after departure. Squawk 1507.
Okay, cleared to Dominica via vectors to San Juan, then route 2 and thereafter. Climb 5,000, expect flight level, or expect 17,000, 10 minutes after departure. Squawk 1507, United 1067.
United 1067, feedback is right, check your discretion, advisory attack, expect on the 8 for departure.
Okay, we'll expect runway 8 for departure, and I'll advise I'm ready to push and start, United 1067. Okay, so we got runway 8, so we got to fix a few things here. So runway 8, the VH, okay, so first of all, okay, so let's go back to nav, okay, and ADF, we don't want ADF. Okay, COM. Okay, so we got COM. Now let's go back and put the squawk code in, which was 1507. 507. Enter. Okay, and then we'll go back to nav here, and we want to put in 110.3. That's the ILS frequency for runway 8. How do I know? I've flown this a few times. There we go. Okay, and then down here we want to put in 0.3. Okay. All right, so that's all set up, and we're still charging, so we're good. So I'm going to stop the chronometer now, and we're going to go there. All right, so we have pretty much So let's put in 5,000. And we've been cleared, so we have clearance, so we can put in 5,000 instead of 5,100. Okay, there we go. And the heading for this particular runway is 078. So we'll make sure that's in here. And then we'll make sure the course is 078. And then we'll put this back on an FMS. Okay? And, okay, cool. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get ready to set up the FMS. So first let's go through a checklist and make sure that we've got everything. So weight is set, ground power is connected, tail prop is set, circuit breakers are all in, power levers ground idle, gust lock is engaged, fuel shut off for the condition levers, flaps are up, landing gear is down. The these three switches here are all in. Wipers are off, beacon lights off, batteries on, emergency bus was eliminated. That's this line right here, and we turn the ground power on, this goes out. Standby instruments check. Okay, external power is on, DC gen 1 and 2, window heat, wild gen is on, auxiliary pumps are on, crew oxygen is on. SW test was performed. Landing gear up here, show 3 green, and all of these are in. The MFC buttons are all in. TLU is guarded, and squib tests have been performed. All right. Hydraulic auxiliary pump needs to be pressed, so we'll do that. That's this button right here, so we got to press that. There we go.
813 Echo Alpha to the ramp.
Then let's see. Battery selector, emergency then main. Okay, we did engine start, switches off, passenger signs are on, emergency lights are on, are armed, annunciation lights were tested, oxygen supply was checked, squib test performed. Standby pitch trim, that's this over here, and it should make noise. There it is, okay. And then ice test, that's this over here, so we want to test these things. Okay, good. Test this here. Okay, that's good. Now, we want to make sure the boost is on. We want to make sure these lights here are out. Power management is set to take off. And passenger cabin, okay, standby compass is stowed. This is the standby compass here. It's a bad day for you if you need to use this to navigate. That's for sure. Okay. And nose wheel steering is unguarded. Okay, so now it's time for the FMS. So this is pretty straightforward. I only work with this one. It's really easy to get confused. And also when you're using this one doesn't really seem to work. So I just kind of ignore this one, and we'll just be focusing on the captain side. So we press this here. Now we go to menu. Yeah. And then we go to initialize, and we want to make sure, yep, that's cool. Correct date. And then we want to do position init, and we want to grab the GPS. Okay, once that's in there, that's in there. And then we want to go to, let's go to the weights. You press and do a long hold here, and it'll fill in the weights for you. Okay, there, fuel. Yes, that checks. Gross weight also checks. Okay, perfect. Now we'll return, and now we'll do the flight plan init. So come to route, and we want to select the route. First of all, let's put in our flight ID. UAL1067. Okay, and now we're going to do TJSJ / Tango Delta Papa Delta. And put that here. Okay, perfect. Now we execute that. And now we're going to select runway 8. So runway 8, and we're not going to be doing any departure. So select here. Now we come to here. Oops. We're going to put in the San Juan VOR, because that's where Route 2 starts from. We'll delete it later. Okay, that's this one. And then we click on it again, and we go to airway, and we're going to be going Route 2. Then you click here to STT, Sierra Tango Tango. Then we have another airway after that, so we're going to click on this. We're going to go to Bravo 520, and we're going to go to ANU, which is on the next page. Here we go. And then we have another airway, A312, and that one is going to PPR. All right, and then execute that, return, and flight plan. And now we're going to go to next until we get to the bottom, and we're going to add in a couple here. The next one is going to be a Sea Dog, so S Sierra Echo Delta Oscar Golf. I'll explain what this is in a minute. And then we're going to adver. Okay. And then we are going to fly the RNAV 27 Zulu. Now the winds are strong out of the east, so we'll not be flying this. I'll explain in a minute what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing the visual circle to land at runway 9. Very, very challenging. And this might be an actual pretty good challenge of the month airport. All right, so first of all, we want to get rid of this. So we're going to clear Sierra Juliet uniform. Okay, execute. So we're getting vectors, and they'll probably direct us. We'll probably fly 078, and they're going to tell us to fly direct to Isla. My guess is. Okay, so now we're going to clear this and execute, and we're done. So now what we can do is we can come over to the, we can come over here to ND, and we'll go to Format. There we go. Now we should be able to scroll through the waypoints here. Yep, so there we go. Okay, make sure everything looks good. Yeah. Okay, so we're actually going to be breaking off here and circling to land this way. Okay, so now we'll go back to Format, go back to the arc. There we go. And we will increase the range here a bit. Okay. So for all intents and purposes, the FMS is already set up. Now we have to go to Performance, and we have to, okay, we got our V speeds here, 106, 106. Make a note of that. 106, 106, 110. We'll be doing a flaps 15 departure, and we'll get the trim in a second. And the transition altitude here is 18,000 feet. All right, so when we go though to land, let's see, cruise altitude. We got 5. We're gonna put in 17. Okay. Yeah, performance, and where's the? Okay, we got the weight. Oh, I don't really want to do. So we want to click here to get the altitudes. All right, so we want to come down here, and we want to. We're going to come down to here at 1100. Okay, altitude get straight, and we're going to want to be around 185 knots. Put that in, execute. All right, now we're going to go back to the flight plan and delete these other. Well, yeah, delete, okay. Oh, what did I put? Oh. What? No, not melee. No, we don't want that. Clear that. Clear this. Execute. There. Execute. Okay. No, we want to go to the edge here. So we're going to come down to here. We're going to delete this. We're going to delete this just simply for the VNAV to work a little better. Okay, and then we're going to return and next. Because the main thing is we want to be 1100. We want to be 1100 by here. So this is where we want to put 1100. We don't want to go below this. So we'll put in, we don't want to be and we want to be 185 knots. There we go. Execute that. Okay. So we're pretty much set up here with the flight plan and whatnot. Progress. Let's see if anything we need to do there. One. No, not really. Nothing much to do there. And flight plans of performance one more time. Check here. And then there's usually an approach. Cruise. Oh, here's the cruise. 17,000. And oh, here's the approach. Right. So the approach, we're going to put the transition altitude is 5,000. So the transition level, I usually put 1,000 above that when it says specified. And then the QNH is going to be, let's see. QNH is going to be 3005. Okay. So okay, we're going to put in 30.05 for right now. Okay, and then the winds are 110. And this is kind of a kind of a bug in the program here. But when you try to put this in like this, yeah, you have to actually come back and add the wind separate. Not sure why. All right, so we're all set. And when we get close to the approach, we'll activate the approach. So this is all ready to go. How are we doing on time? We're supposed to be departing at 19:15 Zulu. And okay, we got 15, 17 minutes. Okay, so we're good. So what we do here is 10 minutes before departure, I'm going to fire up one of the engines, and with the prop lock on to provide us with power. And at that point, we'll close off we'll turn off the ground power. Okay, and then 5 minutes beforehand, we'll shut up all the doors and turn on the beacon light and turn on the transponder and get pushback ready. And right on time, we'll push back. So that's what we're going to do. So we got a few more minutes here. All right, so we're all set up, here as I can tell. So now we can actually come back over to the performance here. All right, and you can see 106, 106, 110. And if we look at the payload, we can see that we have 27.2 is our center of gravity. So 27.2. And our trim is going to be plus 1.1. And we can actually set that right now. So let's go over here and make sure that's set. Yeah, it's set already. Okay, cool. Now let's make sure that we're still charging. Excellent. Okay. Now, watching some streamers fly this, and particularly Flight Deck to Sim, he had a lot of problems with the aircraft on a couple of streams he did, particularly with the hotel mode, and I have yet to have a problem with that. And so I have a feeling it has a lot to do with what order you do what in. You're supposed to put the prop brake on right in the beginning, and so every time I've done this, it's worked flawlessly. And so I'm not sure what the issues are there. Maybe it was an update. I'm not sure. I haven't had any problems with the FMC locking up. He had a problem with the FMC. If you didn't put everything in exactly right, the FMC would lock up, and I haven't seen any problems with that. The only problem I really had with the aircraft was the battery going dead. Now, if he didn't notice that, or other people didn't notice that, they might have had that might have been one of their issues. Because all the videos say don't mess with that right hand ground power. So if you go by that and don't turn it on, yeah, you have 5 minutes and you're out of luck. Okay. Silver Airlines is an airline that was operated or connected with United back before, well, it was with Continental before they merged with United. Then they merged, and then they split off, and they have kind of an interesting history. I think then they went on their own. They bought a few more aircraft. They flew around the United States some. They fly out here some. And I think now they are I forget now. I think they're co-chair now with Delta. Anyway, we're going to fly this livery today, and I kind of like it. There's another one that's all pink, which I flew a little bit. I thought that was pretty interesting. I am a little surprised how well modeled this aircraft is. I mean, people talked a lot of crap about this aircraft, but I mean, the systems are all there: electric, hydraulic, the cabin pressure. The FMC has surprisingly a lot of different capabilities. You can put wind in for each waypoint. We're not going to do that today because the winds aren't that strong aloft. But it captures the ILS flawlessly. It flies RNAV approaches, and it's a pretty good aircraft. I was a little bit surprised actually buying it, especially for $12. And it's very well textured. I mean, the aircraft looks great. It's got a cabin too we can walk around in. So here's some of the views I've managed to set up. This is one view here. This is looking back, my typical looking back view. You can't get any closer because of the way the modeling is done. If you can't get any closer than that, and you can't go outside, so you're kind of blocked there. So this is about as close as I can get. I like to have one from the back looking forward, and then one from the front looking aft, and then of course we'll go out an external view and have a look around. But yeah, this is a pretty fun aircraft to fly. It was a little tricky getting the reverse thrust to work with the Bravo quadrant. There's a really good couple of videos by Mark at Sim Hangar, and so he had one way to do it, and then Asobo updated this aircraft and then broke that way, so that was another way to do it. And so if some of you are interested in how that's done, I can go over it, but it pretty much now works like it should. And so that was a little bit tricky getting that to work. Okay, so we're coming up here on let me speed this up just a little bit, and I may move this up just there we go. Oops, that's too far. I'm going to move this back to about here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to actually San Juan approach United 1067 to request engine startup at the gate.
United 1067, push at your discretion about your attack.
Oh, I'll push at my discretion. Okay, thank you. United 1067. Okay, so here we go. So now the way to do this, make sure the prop brake is on. You want to turn the fuel on. Okay, the fuel pump, and don't forget to turn this one on. A couple of videos, people ended up starting the engine because this aircraft will run without the fuel pumps being on. So you want to make sure to turn that one on. Then you turn off the bleed, and then you turn the engine start switch to either A or B. We're going to go B because it's an odd day. I go A for even. And the checklist says to turn on the wing light. I'm not sure why, but we'll just do that. Okay, so now we'll press start, and we'll come down here, and when this is really hard to see, but when this gets to be 10%, you put the prop conditioner in to feather. Then you'll see now you won't see the prop turning, but you'll see the engine starting up. So we're at 41. Let's zoom in here so you can see it. This stabilizes around 67, 68%. You can see the fuel's on. Look how well this is modeled. I mean, this looks really great. The problem is it's not bright enough, so it's really difficult to see this number when you're from far away, and it's really difficult to see where you're actually descent. When you're flying by hand, it's really hard to see kind of what your descent rate is. Okay, so that's stable. So let's go back to the checklist here, make sure we don't miss anything. Parking brake set, seatbelt signs are on, ECAM memo, fuel altimeter set, doors closed, okay. Bleed is off, fuel pump verify running, wing light is on, prop is guarded and on, start switch is on B, engage. And so we did all that. And so now engine start selector, so now we go back to engine start selector here, and we turn this off. And we can now turn off external power. Okay. Now later, we want to make sure this is on. This is a transfer rectifier unit. And this converts, I think, AC into DC. to help charge the batteries. We want to make sure this should either come on, or we want to make sure it's on. So now we can come and we can actually disconnect, come over and we can now disconnect ground power. So come over here to aircraft, disconnect ground power. Okay, we'll get rid of the tail prop now, and we'll close the service door and the cargo door. In another few minutes, we'll close up the main door and be on our way. Okay, so now let's go back here, make sure, see, we're still charging. Now, after we start the second engine, this will say TRU, and this will close. So we should be good there. Now we want to set, so when we take off, we're going to be flying in VNAV, but we can put in heading now. I'm going to push the go around button. That makes sure we have go around thrust. And then I'm going to press indicated airspeed here twice. That gives pitch hold. And now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to set the speed that I want to take off. So we're going to put in 140. 140 will be where we retract the flaps. Actually, let's make that 130. 130 will retract the flaps, and then we'll, at that point, turn on oh, I can't go any lower than that. Let's do 140. Just to be safe, we'll retract the flaps, and then I will unselect this, and you will see that it'll go pink for VNAV, and then we'll go into VNAV mode. See, can we arm it now? Oh, reselect LNAV. Okay, I'm not ready for LNAV. Okay. Kind of a cool map mode too. You can't zoom in any further than that, but it's got kind of a map mode. Okay, ND. Okay, we'll zoom out here a little bit. I'm going to put this over here into electric mode. There we go. Actually, I'm going to put ND, set the format now. There we go. And I'm going to zoom way out. All right, so now I want to discuss where we're going. So let's bring up Navigraph here. Navigraph just came out with a new feature, by the way. It's not in this app yet, but it's in the desktop version where they have radar now, so you can see the clouds and all kinds of things, sigmets and turbulence and icing, and there's quite a few of those. So we're right here. So we're going to be flying out this direction here. This is Route 2 to, this is the American Virgin Islands. We're going to be flying out past the British Virgin Islands over here to Princess Juliana, famous airport. Then we're going to cruise down past St. Nevis and Kitts down to, I believe that's not Anguilla, St. John's. Okay, that's at, I can't remember the name of this. Let's see, so I can zoom in on it, get the actual airport. Oh, Antigua, yeah. So going down to Antigua, then we're going down to Guadeloupe, which is here, and then we're going to head on over to Dominica. Now this is Montserrat right here. Remember the volcano blew up? So we're coming down this direction here, and this is a very mountainous area. And so we have to basically land this direction. The weather here right now, let's check the weather at the airport there. Yeah, it's 110 at 8. So if it's above 10, you know, you really can't be coming in on runway 27 because you're going to be landing with a tailwind beyond 10 knots, which most aircraft aren't allowed to do. Just for fun, though, we're going to come in and land on runway 9. I notice this high terrain here. Okay, it goes up to 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet. So we have to come in here and circle to land. So what we're going to do is we're going to fly the RNAV27 approach down to the minimums, which is MIVAS, but we're going to only stay at 11. Then we're going to branch off here, come along like this, and circle to land. Now the challenge about circling to land here is this. Okay, so takeoff runway 27 is prohibited. Limited IFR not operations available. Okay, landing on runway 9 at night is prohibited, where we're not at night. Rapidly rising terrain northwest and south of the aerodrome. So northwest and south of the aerodrome, there's terrain all around here. Turbulence may occur on approach runway 9. The problem is this. While circling north of the runway on left downwind, which we're going to be doing, visual contact with the runway will be obscured by a ridgeline. There's a ridgeline that pops up along here that we have to fly on the other side of and then fly around. From the point of passing a beam, the threshold runway 9, until completing the turn from base to final, which is normally made over a recognizable field of coconut trees. And those coconut tree field is not really modeled, so we kind of have to wing it. We also have a fairly short runway here. So we're going to come in. The first time I came in, I went in and I was paying attention to something else, one pilot in a 2-pilot aircraft, and I ended up, instead of coming out and circling a 180 back, I went too far and I went like this and I had to come back. And then when I landed, instead of grabbing the throttle levers to go into reverse, I grabbed the prop levers and pulled them all the way back, which shut down both engines. So I had no hydraulics, so I couldn't stop, so I drifted out into the ocean. So hopefully we're not going to do that today. And so 2 mistakes you can make is turning too far and getting the wrong valley. Then you got to really, then that's trouble. So hopefully today we'll be able to make it correct. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be flying this approach down to minimums and then in. Okay. So now we need to shut up the door, and we need to do our pushback here. Make sure the seatbelt's on. Okay. So in 42 seconds, we're going to begin the pushback. So let's start that right away. Now this is kind of a weird pushback. Request pushback. This little guy comes out and hooks up the aircraft, and then we have to click on hold to get it to go. So it's a little unusual with the pushback, but so here he is. Okay, and so once he hooks up, we'll just release and he'll just start pushing us back after we press hold on the pushback tool. There it goes. And he'll connect. Okay, there he is. So now we're gonna push on here, and we have to press hold, and then back we go. And so we want to turn on the beacon light, and we want to get our transponder on. So come down here, survey, and turn on the transponder. There we go. I like to let him push us out and then get away before we fire up the prop. So now once he stops, the drill here is we're going to undo the prop brake and let the engine, let the prop stabilize. And once it stabilizes, we're going to put it into auto mode. That'll give us plenty of power to start the next engine. Okay, looks like he's done. So let's now set the brake. Okay, brake is set. Let him drive away. Okay. Now we want, once he's driven away, we now want to reset the, okay, there we go. Make sure the nose wheel steering is engaged. Okay, so now we want to press the auxiliary hydraulic pump again. So we're going to press that again. And now we're going to come up and we're going to uncage the propeller, and it should start turning. There it is. Okay, and we're going to let everything stabilize here. And when everything is stabilized, We are then going to advance this up into the auto position. Okay. Let's go. Okay, there we go. Okay, prop brake off, blah, blah, blah. Now, before we do anything else, we come over here and we turn on the probe heat. So we turn these on. Okay. And then we anti-ice we don't need. Then it says to come back to the system page and check to make sure we have 3,000 PSI. And we do have 3,000 PSI. Okay, set flaps to 15. Okay, we're going to set our flaps to 15. And now we come over and we select B again. And we press on the start button. And once this gets to 10, it's at 4, 5, 6, 10. Move that to the feathered position. Okay, they're starting up. Okay, so that worked perfectly. And then when this stabilizes, move the condition lever into auto. Okay, now come back up here, and we want to make sure that's on, and we want to make sure that this will there that went out. This will go out as well shortly. Verify open, BTC. Oh, forgot to turn on the engine over here. Okay, here we go. Check this. Yep, that's good. Okay, that all looks good. So now we can bring this back to D, and we can also bring this. Okay, there we go. Flaps are 15. We can now turn on the radar. Okay, so engine start. BTC is open, so let's take a look at the electrical page now. Okay, now see how this looks? This is now closed, and we've got the AC wild there, just powering up the transfer rectifier unit, which is providing DC now. So everything is charging, everything looks cool there. Outstanding. So that worked. Okay, so now back to the checklist here. Make sure we haven't forgot anything. Document closed, transponder, alt off, nose wheel steering. Oh yeah, and we have to make sure that we come here and turn this on. There we go. Not sure why that's faulty. Okay, so now taxi clearance, we're going to get that in a second. Brakes, compass, FMA, weather radar, takeoff config. Okay, so now we need to check takeoff config. So let's see. Hopefully this works. Not sure what the issue is. Must be something to do with this. Oh. Oh, brake. Yeah, the brake. Okay, so let's take the brake off. still something not set. Could it be? Okay, we got our flaps and our landing gear. Let's see. Oh, gust lock. Looks like I checked the takeoff a little early. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Okay. Okay, so we're good. So now we're ready for taxi. San Juan departure, United 1067 is ready for taxi.
United 1067, 8, taxi to November Sierra.
Taxi to November, taxi to runway 8 via November Sierra, United 1067. Okay, so taxi light on. That's this one here. And we are ready to go. Gust lock released. Yeah. TCAS, auto. Pack flows normal. Weather radar's on. Okay, so here we go. Just a little there just to get started. And let's see how many people here online. Oh, just me. Okay. We unfortunately, this aircraft don't have a beta, but most aircraft use to slow down. They don't ride the brakes, but it's very difficult to get that to work with the Bravo. You get full reverse, or so it's just a lot easier in the sim to just brake and start off slow. It gets going pretty fast if you're not too careful with it. So we're right now about 4 knots. We'll probably go a little bit faster. It'll speed up though. It's a little uphill right here. And then as we get around this corner and actually get onto Sierra, because this is November coming up here. So we're going to go north on November and then east on, or west on Sierra. And you want to keep around 10 knots going through the turns here. So we're at 7, so we're good. On my Bravo, I have the throttle, the 1 and 2 assigned to axis 2 and 3. Prop condition levers are assigned to 4 and 5, and the flap is on 6. Number 1 is not used. There's no spoilers that you can actually deploy on this aircraft. They deploy automatically, but you can't deploy them like speed brakes. So that's why you have to kind of watch your speed. Okay, we're going 15 knots now, so we'll slow down before the turn. So this is November. Sierra is coming up here in a second. Start to slow down a little. Got some turns here we have to make. Okay, we want to get down to 10 knots before this next turn. Okay, so here we are. We're at 11. And there we go. You'll find that if you keep it under 10 knots, this aircraft handles on the ground pretty well. If you want to try and make a turn like that at 15 knots, it's can be a little bit dicey. So here we go. Now we're going to go all the way down here. Now in reality, runway 10 is closed, and a lot of taxiways. I could have gone through the NOTAMs and bored you to death with all the NOTAMs, but a lot of taxiways are closed. So what we're going to do is we're going to taxi down to Sierra 2, I believe it is, and take off from there. Full length when it's closed out. Now see how fast this gets going? So we're at 23 knots, so under 30 is okay, but I like to keep it around 20, 25. So they're taking off from Sierra 2, I believe it is. It's the second one. I can't remember whether it's Sierra 1 or Sierra 2. Okay, we're cruising along at 24 knots here. Let's start to slow it down. Okay, so it's not this one. Slow it down. Yeah, this is Sierra 1, I think. Yeah, Sierra 1 is this next one. And Sierra 2. Alright, so let's get it nice and slow. Turn here. Stop for the whole short line. San Juan departure, United 1067 is ready to go.
United 1067 with the 08316, 8 at your 1 clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 8, United 1067. Okay, so now we're going to turn on the lights, the strobe, whoops, strobe. Okay, so let's make sure yaw damp, okay, so let's make sure landing lights are on, strobes. Okay, anti-ice, yep, so we're ready to go. Check this way, yep, looks good. Yep, that looks good. This is a pretty long runway, we probably don't need to go, didn't need to go full length, but why not? Okay, now what we want to do here when we take off is we want to advance the throttles until they are in notch. Notch is a kind of a specific term for this aircraft where it's throttle position, and you want to say notch. So we'll nose wheel forward on the steering. This aircraft likes to lift the nose before V1, which is before a VR, which is 106. So we're going to put the nose down. And we're going to advance the throttles now up till we get to notch. And you can see it says notch. Release. Okay, and thrust set. Okay, a little bit of rudder in here to keep it going straight. And 60 knots, a little more rudder. This aircraft does require a lot of right rudder when climbing. Okay, V1, rotate. Okay, gear up. Just a little too much rudder in there. Now we're going to keep this just like this, around 120 or so. See, I need to put right rudder in right now to keep it flying straight. 1,000 feet, we'll nose over.
Yeah, 1067 altitude passing.
800 feet, United 1067.
Yeah, 1067, roger, better contact, climb maintain 10,000, clear direct Isla.
Direct Isla, climb maintain 10,000, United 1067. Okay, so now we'll lower the nose, head over to Isla, and we will go into climb mode. Okay, Isla, and now we can go into nav, and LNAV, and let's go into VNAV too. And we'll get rid of this. So you know, lower the nose. And we also got to increase the altitude here. Up to 10,000. Okay, flaps can come up. And we're going to shoot for 170. Okay. I'm doing all this at once. Not easy. Oops. Whoa. Don't sink. May have to put the autopilot on here just to help with this. Flying by hand still, okay? And we want to keep the nose down some. There we go. Not too much. Not too much there. Whoa, Bessie. directly over the ice here. Okay, we're pretty good. We want to get the yaw damper on now. That's supposed to help with this rudder, right rudder. I've got a lot of right rudder in here, as you can tell on the slip indicator right here. But it's flying straight, so now we're going to head on over to. We need to get the nose down a little bit more. Okay, now we'll get the nose up a little bit. A little bit more. There we are, pulling out of San Juan. Looks beautiful. Just a little bit of down trim. And let's go direct. Let's see if I can do this quickly. Execute. Down a little bit. A little less right rudder once you get that power out. Here we're coming up on 5,300 feet. Let off on the rudder 1 second and see what happens. Still flying by hand here.
Yeah, that's definitely my instinct with the set offline ready.
All right, thanks for the service today, United 67. We'll head on over to Unicom. See you later. I'm going to put the autopilot on. And now climb up to 17,000. Okay.
Radius Marine approach, a very good evening. Kingfisher 22, we are on the Troco 3 arrival at flight level 1.
Okay. Okay, so there we go. And now we're going to go over to Unicom. And we're going to press the heading. Okay. Now let's do the after takeoff checklist. Yaw dampers on, set IAS, acceleration, power management to climb, engine bleeds are on. Okay, flaps are up, transition altitude. And when we get to 10,000, when we get to 18,000, we'll turn off the lights and all of that. One thing about this aircraft, it's fairly slow. The Dash 8, for example, lands at around 130, 135. This one lands at 100, 105 knots. Also, the Dash 8 climbs a lot faster than this. It'll climb at 1,500 feet per minute at 185 to 200 knots. This one here, we're at 170 knots, and we're climbing at barely 1,000 feet a minute. So, a little bit slow. Beautiful flying out here. So we're going to be flying out over to the Virgin Islands next. U.S. Virgin Islands, they're dead ahead. Can't see them yet. Oh, we got some traffic here. Oh, that's that guy coming in on the Chocolate 4. Later, we'll be coming in on the Chocolate 4 arrival into San Juan. We're gonna turn around when we get to Dominica. We're gonna turn around and fly back. Time permitting. Let's take a quick look at the overhead, make sure everything looks good. That's good. Okay, no lights over here. Okay, no lights. You can see that's charging. Okay, we're off here. Our brake is off. All the lights are on. Okay, this all looks good. Everything looks good here. Seatbelt signs are still on. That's out. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Now it's just a nice steady climb on out to 17,000 feet. Earlier I did 19,000, but today's sim brief plan called for 17, so why not? It does climb pretty slowly above 19,000. And we're medium heavy today, not massively heavy, but we're not light either. So once we get up to cruise, then we'll switch the power button over here to cruise, right? And by the way, this switch here, it's got two parts to it. And there's this part inside and outside. Yesterday I took off and only the inner one was on takeoff. The other one was on climb. It was on cruise, I think, or climb. Something I didn't notice. These are split here. So you can actually see how they move kind of. So it's possible to move one without the other, which means you've got one engine at takeoff, the other engine not. And I was wondering why it was so slow taking off out of Dominica. And I realized that these are two switches. You got to move them together. Okay, 10,000, so we'll ding the flight attendants, let them know we're out of 10,000. And it does seem pretty smooth. And let's see, what's the climb angle here? Oh, 7.5. Yeah, we'll let everybody walk around. But these are pretty nicely modeled. Let's see, I forgot to turn these. There's a brightness, and I think C's for contrast. I don't know, I just cranked them all the way up. Because you can see how hard it is to see the vertical speed indicator and the altitude. It's also hard to see. So now in the FMA, we want to make sure LNAV is enunciated, VNAV, IAS. So we're in IAS climb. Okay, and altitude select is in blue. We got the autopilot on and the flight director. This arrow means that the captain is in charge. Captain's instruments. That's this over here. Okay, so climb is 73.6. There's no sync in this aircraft, but it does. The engines do seem to sync pretty well when they're in this control mode. Now later on, when you're descending and you're in control of the power, you need to make sure they're synced. In our virtual airline, United-Virtual.com, we had a set of new airports that came online with the latest schedule update. And there were 4 of them here in the Caribbean: Barbados, Dominica. There was British Virgin Islands, which was an interesting arrival. You had to do a visual to the runway. Later, I think I'll show you where that is. We come by it. We're not there yet. Once we get to it, it was pulled up on the chart here. It was this one right here. Tango Uniform Papa Juliet. This one here is very interesting. So you had to come in. You had to fly in, like you had to come in here and make a circle, and it's a visual circle to the runway. And so that was kind of an interesting one. So we had to go there. We also went to I think St. Kitts, which is TKPK. And so we had 4 or 5 of these. And TU, yeah, we had this one. And let's see. Barbados, which is way down there. Then TQPF, the Clayton Valley one, this one here. This is Anguilla, so we flew here, and then let's see. This one. Is it this one? TKPK, yeah, this is Bradshaw International in St. Kitts. So I did, we had one there. So I've flown to all of these, and Dominica was an interesting one, so I kind of enjoyed that one. Okay, so here we are coming in. We're going to cross. This is St. John, so we're going to be coming. This is the American Virgin Islands. This is the British Virgin Islands over here. Really pretty out here. They had really strong winds a couple of days ago here. It was blowing. Well, this is pretty strong today too. These trade winds, 25 knots, 20 knots. But it was blowing like 15 knots out of the east in Dominica. No way to land on runway 27. And even in the real world, this aircraft was landing runway 9. They didn't do a circle. They just came in from the west. Just flew right over the mountains, down the valley, and landed. But you never know with the visibility though, so that's the problem. That's why I wanted to do it this way. Make sure we have the runway in sight before we do it. Coming up on 15,000 feet. Let's check the stream. Stream seems to be excellent condition. Stream settings, ultra low, everything looks good. So we're good there. I think I fixed my stream issues. I think it's time for some music. Let's turn the sim down a little bit. Hopefully that's not too loud. I wanted to overlay here, but for some reason the overlay's not working, so let me close it and open it again and see if I can get that to work. Maybe you have to open it with the stream going. Second while I get this going. Okay, we should have the over. There we go. Looks like there's a problem with so we're not getting to 18,000 today, so we're going to be leaving the lights on the whole way, and we'll be doing the B key for the pressure. So what is wrong with the overlay? So I really need to fix that. Need to check this overlay as to why it's so. Not like, oh, it doesn't recognize the aircraft, that's why. Well, we'll have to live with a little bit of jumbled mess there in the middle. I don't know how to fix that right now. It doesn't look like it's recognizing the aircraft. I wonder if I can change that. Let's see. I don't think I can easily. I don't want to mess with that. Yeah, I don't want to mess with it. I'm just going to leave it as it is. Using a little bit. Okay, so now you're flying over. This is Tango India Sierra Tango. This is St. Thomas, Virgin Islands right here. Get our handy map out. Well, yep, there we are. I think the airport I was talking about landing was right over in here. And we'll fly along, we'll get a little better look at it, but it's there's an airport right over in here. It's Tango Uniform Papa Foxtrot. Pretty fun little airport to try and fly into. Let's see what this looks like. It should be right here. I can't remember if it's here or not. No, it's this other one out here. Yeah, it's out over here. Microsoft Flight Simulator looking pretty good. Got a few blocks in the water here, not sure why. But pretty good. Yeah, it's got a few water issues. Ortho scenery is downloading. Yeah, you can see this is a little like a little hook here. It's right here. You have to circle in like this and then land. Okay, so we have about, let's sync up the heading here. You know, we're in cruise mode here, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into cruise mode. It's about 62%. Make sure we do that. Then we are about 180 miles to top of descent. Climb when reaching cruise, power management to cruise, speed nav engage. Okay, here we go. Okay, so checklist is all up to date. Okay, GPU is running at 75 degrees. So, yeah, we're doing pretty good. What are we doing on frames here? We are 31. Okay, perfect. I do have a FSFTL going. Okay, so that airport is right over here. There it is. So you have to come in like this, and then once you identify the airport, you visually circle around like this and come over and land. And it's hopefully not go off into the water. Kind of a fun airport. So this is the British Virgin Islands here. So we pass that, we have a little bit of a flight to go, and then we'll get to Antigua, or Princess Juliana, which will fly over that. And remember, this is, I think, Guadeloupe, and this is Netherlands Antilles. And then we'll fly down past St. Bartholomew, check that out, and then fly down to Antigua. This is a different kind of flying these turboprops. I really enjoy it. They're generally shorter flights. I think the longest was to Barbados. That was about 2.5 hours or so. And then once I finish this up, this stream here, I'm going to fly to Houston. And then out of Houston, there's 3 or 4 other new airports that came in that can be flown to with the Dash 8. So I'm going to, or with the with these turboprops. So I'm going to be flying to those, rather than just taking the 737 or the Airbus. And they're actually CRJ flights. I don't have the CRJ for Microsoft Flight Sim. Just been planning on getting it. I think a lot of people stream that a lot, and I'm not sure how good an aircraft it is at this point, but it's one on my list to get. I don't have the income stream a lot of these streamers do, to be able to buy every single add-on that comes out the second it comes out. Scenery and aircraft, I don't know how they do it, but maybe I'll get there someday. But for now, I just buy the aircraft that I want and fly them around. The ATR had some people streaming it initially, and then about a month later, another burst of streaming, and then not much since. So hopefully people that are interested in flying this aircraft will find something useful in this video, in this stream. Another really popular thing that people have been into lately is the auto ortho for X-plane. And I wanted to talk about my thoughts about that, because I did give it a try. I saw XP72 primarily using it, and he flies in the United States and seems to look pretty good, you know, the streams that I've seen. The only problem with auto ortho in the United States is I feel that the vertical sim V states looks a lot better, and I already have that. I think a lot of people already do, so I already have that, so I don't have a real need to use auto ortho in the United States. But auto ortho in other parts of the world could be the big game changer for a lot of people, because that's where you really save a lot of time and not having to download ortho and all the storage and the hassle trying to get it right and figure out which source. So I had a pretty strong curiosity of what it would look like outside the United States. So I downloaded the program, watched a few videos on how to download and install it, and I installed it, and I tried it out in Europe. And so I started out at I think I started out in Belgium, just to pick a spot. And so I loaded it up, and I loaded up Europe, downloaded Europe, and then I loaded up the sim. And the first thing I noticed is it took 40 minutes for X-plane to start. And while it was doing that, I was looking at the little window you get when it's downloading stuff, and I saw there's a lot of errors. that were there. Stuff that couldn't be found, check this, ignore that. And I don't know what it all means, but bottom line is it took 40 minutes for the X-plane to start. Now the good news is if you start there again, it took like 5 minutes. So 40 minutes to start. And I have a pretty good machine. It's not a potato. It's not like QA Pilot's monster machine, but it's an i7 7700K with a 2080 Ti and 32 gigabytes of memory. So it's not bad. 40 minutes. Then when I loaded in, the ortho looked okay, except there was a lot of green patches that didn't go away if you waited, so it wasn't a matter of just slow download. And then when you pulled away from the airport at all, the tiles became kind of blurry, a lot of them missing. And so that was not great. Again, I'm comparing it to the ortho that I already had downloaded for Europe. So then I did a flight, and this is where things really fell apart. The scenery was really slow to catch up, still a lot of errors. There were big blocks of missing scenery. There were very large areas of blue ocean where there should have been land. And also the sim had a habit of pausing for up to 30 seconds for no reason, which if you're flying on Vatsim means you immediately get disconnected, because X-plane and Vatsim don't play along very well. And so you're constantly getting disconnected. And I did a flight from, I guess it was Belgium down to Faro, or not Faro, Faro maybe? LPPR, down to the southern tip of Spain. And so it was very slow. It should have taken a 3-hour flight, took 4 hours or more because of the delays. So it was very unsatisfying. But then I thought, well, maybe it's downloading all the textures and everything. Maybe the flight back will be good because all the textures are preloaded. And maybe if you don't clean out your cache, because it saves these files on your computer, and it's not the same data size though. I think I only ended up with a 2 gigabyte file for that flight, which is not bad. So and maybe after flying across Europe in different directions, like you fly from Spain to Sweden, then you fly down from Sweden to Turkey back to Heathrow, and Heathrow to Paris. Maybe the swaths of textures you created that way, maybe you'll end up covering all of Europe, right? So I landed, and I did the reverse flight, and nothing improved. It was the same thing. So it was a very poor experience. So I said, okay, well, maybe I'll try a different location. So I went to Frankfurt. Basically took 30 minutes to load into the sim the first time. I went back to Belgium, took 5 minutes. Went back to Frankfurt after that, took 5 minutes. But the same thing, textures are missing, they're blurry. Where they load, they look pretty good. But also the textures had clouds in them, so it's not a panacea. So flying in Europe was pretty much a disaster for me for auto ortho, and I completely uninstalled it. My ortho looked much better. Actually, fewer clouds, and just cleaner and crisper, and no delays in loading. And so I did not find it of any advantage at all. Now I already have ortho loaded for all of Europe and most of Eastern Europe, all the way out to Moscow, and then down all the way to Turkey and some into India. And then I have most of the Middle East is also downloaded, and I have a lot of the Far East. So I've got China, Japan, Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, Singapore, a lot of Malaysia, and some of Australia. So for me, it was kind of a disaster. Now, I don't know if it was my system. Maybe my system just wasn't up to snuff. Be curious to see what XP72, what his results were if he were to fly in Europe. But just based on the number of errors it was finding, I had it set on to auto pick the area. Maybe I should have set it to Bing, or set it to one of those. But I wanted it to do its own thing. I could do Bing myself, and so not very good results for me. I didn't get that great a result. I tried it in the United States too, and it was better, but not as good as V-States. So V-States, he's got all of the United States but one state, I think Michigan. isn't finished, but all the other ones are there. And I have my own ortho for California. And if you've already downloaded the Orbex for Southern California and the whole Pacific Northwest, you don't really need auto ortho. So I'm still flying with my normal ortho, and kind of curious to see how things develop with that over time. So let's see where we are. Now I headed out over the ocean towards Princess Juliana. That's an airport a lot of people have flown to. It's a fun airport to fly to. That's the one with the famous beach that the jets fly right over. Everybody, likes to deal with the jet blast. So we'll be checking that out here shortly. How many of you guys are going to FS Expo, Flight Simulator Expo? It's this week, in 4 days. So it's been quite a lot of interest in it this year. More so than maybe years past. I've been to one before. I went to one in Las Vegas. It was pretty fun. I met Flight Chops there, and I also met Jason Miller with the Finer Points. That was pretty good. Randazzo, saw him in real life for the first time. Robert Randazzo at PMDG. He gave a pretty interesting speech. Well, Las Vegas was maybe it was before the pandemic, so it was 3 or 4 years ago. 2019 maybe? 2018, 19? I think they had one after that in San Diego. I didn't go to that one, even though I live in South Orange County, Southern California. But I was busy doing something. I think I was working. I couldn't make it. But it'll be interesting. We're going to be getting a lot of streams and a lot of shorts and commentary and Instagram photos and stuff like that. I know XP72 is going to be there. QA Pilot is a platinum member, I guess. He's going to be there. Flight Chops is bringing his aircraft down there, and he's really starting to realize just how good flight simulation is getting. He had a short out the other day about just the simulator of his aircraft versus the real thing. It is pretty amazing what's being accomplished these days. Pretty interesting format for the expo too, with the museum there and just the amount of activities they have generated for people to do. It's pretty interesting. So I think people are going to have one heck of a good time in Houston. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what announcements come out of it primarily. I know Microsoft's going to be there, and hopefully they can shed a little more light on this whole Microsoft 2024 thing that they surprised everybody with. That certainly generated a lot of interest and a lot of speculation. I mean, people in the flight simulator community like to get so overheated. I don't know why. It's like, is there nothing else going on in your life that you got to get this overheated over this? There's hardly any information about it, so it's really hard to speculate, really hard to determine whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's, there's obviously going to be some challenges for developers. Are their products going to work the same in 2024 as in 2020? But I think it's pretty interesting development. I did see some things in the trailer that I really liked. I love the way the water effects coming out of that crop duster and out of the firefighting aircraft. That's pretty interesting. The colors look a lot better. The people, their animations, the way they move. I mean, that's going to be great for people that like to put scenery designers that like to put moving people in their scenery. Inside terminals, things like that, and also just generally people outside walking around, push back, and people like GSX. I know he's real big on animations for his stuff, and they look kind of stiff now, right? But those looked a lot more fluid, and so that's pretty good. It did seem the trailer was focused a lot on missions and the career building. But maybe that's just, I mean, how much information can you cram in a 2-minute teaser video? So I know that there was a frequently asked questions that came out later that addressed some of the issues that people had. It was a strange way to do that, just drop that on everybody without any announcement. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that expo, because Microsoft's going to be there, so I'm sure there'll be a lot more information about it. Be interesting to see what developments are coming out with the Aerosoft A330, and also what kinds of new equipment's on the horizon. Also curious what Any Builds is up to. They apparently were caught by surprise. There was a Beluga in there that wasn't theirs, so I'm sure they were like, what's this? So anyway, lots of controversy stirred up by that. Maybe that was their intent. They had to know it was coming. I mean, they got to know the flight sim community better than that, so they had to know it was coming. Maybe they just don't care. Maybe those of us that are complaining vociferously are a small minority of the actual users, so they don't really care. I'm not an Xbox user, so I haven't the slightest idea what their perspective is, or what my perspective would be if I had an Xbox. And, so interesting too to see what developments PMDG is going to announce. You know, I really would love to get a 777. That would be great. I did fly that around quite a bit back in the FSX days and P3D days when I had it. And I'm curious to see what X-Plane's going to bring to the table. I have a hard time with X-Plane lately. The performance just is not quite, it looks great and everything, the aircraft are nice, but I just can't, because it disconnects from Vatsim whenever you get under 20 frames per second. It's difficult. It's constantly being disconnected from Vatsim when it does a scenery load or something like that, and so it's kind of frustrating to fly it right now. And I spent a long time optimizing all the settings, trying them one by one and seeing which worked and it just turns out that it's the anti-aliasing that just kills my frames. I've got it on 2x now, and it really doesn't look very good at 2x. I really need 4x, but when I do that, it just hammers my system. So kind of hoping to see what kinds of things they come up with. And I guess there's this new 12.06 that's coming out that's hopefully will address some of that. But I used to get 70 frames a second with the TOLUS in 11.5 and never had any issues at all. So I know there's a lot more stuff in X-Plane 12 that's running and stuff I like. So I deleted X-Plane 11 a long time ago. I'm one of those guys that likes to get the newest and greatest and move on with it. So I've no doubt that they'll get back to that. I get about 25 to 30 frames with the TOLUS now. All the aircraft really are about in that 30 range, 30 to 35, and it dips down. But when it dips down into 20 for a scenery load or for some reason I can't figure out why it does that, it does it, and then it just disconnects from Vatsim. It's because the Vatsim thinks the simulator is not running in real time, so it doesn't allow that, so it bumps you out. So I did a lot of flights with the Dash 8, and I thought I would stream that, but I just had too much trouble with it, so I decided to give this a shot. It's much more stable. The Dash 8's a lot of fun to fly, so I may stream that eventually, but it's, yeah, in fact, I went to all these islands in the Dash 8. It's only later that I got the ATR out and started trying it, and had a much better experience for streaming. All right, there we are with Princess Juliana coming up. There's that famous beach right here. I'm going to fly right over it. And then here's... Now the ATC in here is fairly consistent. I've had it. And in fact, we have Looks like we've got, what is this? Piarco radar. Yes. Okay, so I better dial that up. Okay, 123.7. Okay. No doubt he'll be contacting me soon. 123.7. Hopefully he'll allow me to fly this approach the way I want to fly it. Let's do the magic. Well, actually, we can go to standard here now because we're out of San Juan's airs. Are we out of San Juan airspace yet? No, we're not. Almost. When we get past, when we're on the way to Guadalupe, we'll switch over to, because the transition altitude is much lower once we get out of San Juan airspace. So we're still in San Juan airspace, and here the transition altitude is still 18,000. So we have about 160 miles to top of descent. Across here, we're going to be heading into Piarco airspace, so I better set standard now. Okay, so there we go. Standard set, standard set. Okay, so here we go. So there's that beach right there, Princess Juliana. Tango November, Charlie Mike. Cruise ship sitting out here. Thinking about taking a vacation down here somewhere, taking my wife down here. Not sure where to go. I want to check various islands. I know Dominica is very mountainous, and I had a friend that went there and said he loved it. And I don't really want to go to, I've been to some of these on a cruise, so I don't want to go to those that I've been to already. These are a little bit crowded for what I'm looking for, but Dominica might be just a perfect spot. Looking for good beaches too. Pretty nice beaches here. I haven't been to this island. Alright, so let's switch over from Unicom to Piarco Center. Want to forget to do the replay, so forgot the replay a few times. It's such a pain in the butt in Microsoft. You got to remember to do the replay. Sometimes you remember, sometimes you forget. You know, you see lots of streamers with that problem. They come in, they had a beautiful landing, they want to replay it, and they forgot to turn the replay on. So that happened to Flight Deck to Sim the other day, I think. Well, it's happened to everybody. It happened to all of us. We've all done that. So the pink FMS speed is set to 245, but I've yet to be able to get this aircraft much over 200 knots, indicated airspeed at the cruise, with the cruise setting. And so I don't know if you have to be really light or what that is, but this seems to cruise right along about 200. I don't have to adjust the power levers at all.
Sam 3116, please start to say, face to the left.
Okay, once we get past this island here, which is coming up, this is St. Bartholomew, or no, how do you say it? St. Bartholomew, yeah, right here. So the airspace starts right about here. So I think we'll give them a call now. let's see, what is he called? He is called Piarco Radar. Piarco Radar, United 1067, 17,000, well, flight level 170, just about 20 miles to the northwest of Barthélemy.
United 1067, PR Corridor, good evening, sir. Because you're below flight level 240, I cannot provide radar services, but you can remain on my frequency and report and tasking, casking.
Okay, I'll remain here and will report when passing Kasky. And I'm looking to do the circle to land visual runway 9.
United 1067, roger.
So it looks like it's only for people that are above flight level 245. Did it say that? Let's see. I confess I didn't actually click on it. Let's see. Doesn't really say. No, there's no information. It doesn't say that. But I guess that's the way it is. So, Kasky is about top of descent, so that's why he asked me to report when they're.
Caribbéan Line 225, continue descent down to 4,100 feet by NAPCO. QNH is 1014, and you better on approach line 10.
Next up is Anguilla. Let's see. Oh no, Barthélemy. Yeah, we're past that. By Barthélemy now. And then this one here is, yeah, Antigua. So let's have a look at Barthélemy. Look at that beach there, that'd be nice. Snorkeling all in here, there's probably a lot of coral and stuff down in there. There's supposed to be an airport, there it is, an airport right there. Yeah, pretty small airport at the beach. Landing this way, beach. Landing this way would be kind of challenging. The thing is, all these runway, the wind blows here strong out the east, the trade winds.
Caribbéan Line 422, Delta Radar Business, sir. You are clear to Robinson Airport, see you direct, Dodgers. Climb, flight level 070, squawk 6033. Caribbéan Line 422, you're respected to crash order for pushing start, QNH 1014.
Oh, Kasky is here. Okay, so Kasky is right here, and then right after that, right around PPR, we will start our top of descent. Yeah, it's holding firm right at 199 knots indicated. 250 over ground.
Time 3115, taxi to holding point Bravo 3 via taxiway Bravo.
About 100 miles to go. So let's see what screenshots we have. Yeah, so this month with our virtual airline, the airport of the month was Portland on the East Coast, and the visual 27, so that people were coming inside, they're flying in. That's pretty fun. Yeah, looks like Chris Johnson, there he is, coming in on the 757. Challenge of the month. Teofilo Hamsani. Departing London. Here's Chris Johnson, 120 wind, coming in 787, minus 390 at 126 knots. Yeah.
Airline 301, starting to steady to the south.
Here's Brian Pierce. Brian Price came in, 261 feet per minute, 142 knots. Not bad, right in there. See how his landing looked. Oh, 18 minutes. Let's skip ahead a bit. There we are. Yeah, this is a tricky one. Yep, there it is. Looking good. Looking good. Let's make the sharp bend there. Yeah.
San Juan, Roger. Things are 12006, 10. You are clear to take off. Spiral land.
There it comes. A little high, a little high. Come on, you get it. Not too bad. Oh, you got it. All right, there he goes. Spot on. Speed looking good. Center line, right on the center line there. There we go, bud. It's like the PMDG. Float. Boom, there he goes. Hey, not bad. Not bad there, Mateo. It's Mateo coming in on 737. Oh, it's Zimbo. Stock shooting, X-Plane 11. I see. Okay, let's see what pictures we got. Here's Chris Johnson starting a descent. Oh yeah, okay. En route to Portland again. Ooh, look at that. Kyle Weber coming through with a DC-6. Old school United. Wow. Yeah, it looks good, man. Yeah, give that one a fire.
But it's sort of cool thing though.
There's Cameron Dick here. Looks like 737, sorry. James Harris, we are done. 7 hours and 1 minute. Where was he flying from? Dulles.
Airline 455 Roger. Descend across the Lido at 2500 feet.
Okay.
KT0. Wrong unit is 1014. And get back to Island Approach 09.
So Heathrow to, it's the Dulles to Heathrow. Yeah, it's a long flight. Vincenzo coming through with a...
And 415 Bravo. I don't know what you did, but I can hear you 555 now.
Yeah, Chris Johnson has some nice screenshots in here, that's for sure.
No problem.
The challenge is that, yeah, it looks like the 787. 3 wheels?
South 3115, radar contact.
Here's me headed back to the States.
4,000 feet. High maintain 5 level 360 and upon reaching 4,000 feet, turn left and resume navigation.
Here's me over Amsterdam, headed back to the States in the Airbus A330-900. That's a pretty good aircraft now. I flew the latest update, and I flew it all the way back. Pretty good. That was earlier this month, a couple weeks ago. Flew...
And 3150, your first response would be Pervis.
I flew to Heathrow, from Amsterdam back to Dulles, and then Dulles down to San Juan. And then I started my San Juan.
Caribbbean 225, you are 5 miles from that code, clear RNAV approach runway 10.
Here's for some I took climbing out of, I spent some time in Innsbruck before I left Europe. So this is Innsbruck in the Dash 8, X-Plane 12. There's Kirk Stinson, Ottawa. Chris Johnson, the A310. Looking for the ones I had when I flew into Dulles, or no. I had some screenshots of flying into Innsbruck, yeah. So I was flying into Innsbruck. It's kind of interesting. So, yeah, so I was flying from Vienna into Innsbruck in the Dash 8. Kind of nice, right? This is X-Plane 12 with my ortho, looking good. Coming down under the clouds. Everything looked good. Everything was looking good, and then boom, uh-oh. Now what? But I kept going and got below it and came in and for a nice landing right on the bars, and that was cool. Everything looked great. And then 15 minutes later, this is how. 15 minutes later, this is how it looked. So I really got lucky because you can't. That would have been a go around for sure. Yeah, it's beautiful. Well, Spiros also doing the DC-6 here, the United livery. I don't have the DC-6. Oris with the marveling over the cloud architecture
I heard the clear on one time. One person
in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Cameron. Oh, here I am again.
To go ahead. I heard clear on one time. Finished.
Here I am again in Vienna.
Clear 422 passing on the plane.
Oh, Zagreb. This was Zagreb in the Dash 8. You can see I've been flying these turboprops for a little bit all this month. That was Zagreb. That was pretty nice.
Clear line 225, winds are 12006 from the 10 clear line.
Yeah, that is a really great plane. Okay, time to check where we are.
South 3115 to the right.
coming up on Antigua. Because after we pass Anu, the next waypoint he wants us to report, and then we'll start our descent around PPR, which is Guadalupe. Let's check on how the stream is doing. Excellent settings. Yeah, we're still streaming. Yep. Perfect. Top of descent is in about maybe 60 miles, 60, 70 miles. Around 40 miles out, I usually start doing things like setting down the altimeter or setting the
after arriving aircraft cross runway 01 contact pass. Air Bravo 3.
Set the altitude that I want to descend to and sort of get ready, seatbelt signs on, things like that.
Caribbbean 422, follow company traffic, the Bravo 3.
15,000, go. Next cruise, okay. Progress. 70 miles to top of descent.
Airline 225 up to the Arco flight plan closed at 2304 Zulu. Exit on to the left hand table and taxi gate number 9 via Alpha and Blue.
Let's check the weather in Dominica. Still 110 at 8. Q's 1016. Okay. I suppose technically we could land on 27, but I imagine in the real world they probably would. Because you can usually land with a under 10 knot tailwind. But that wouldn't be any fun. I don't like how this app here doesn't save your settings. You got to do it each time. Okay, anyway, let's see. Okay, there we are, Antigua. Pretty nice. It's nice beaches over here. There's the airport. I wonder where all the hotels are. Like a hotel row. Probably in here, I imagine. Yeah, look at all the buildings here. The nice beach.
Airline 0301
It's really nice at PBR on this aircraft.
Airline 422 running from the traffic.
Okay, so we're over ANU. It must be right over this airport. Yeah, right here on the airport. That's what we got here. That's a good screenshot. Okay, he wants us to report over Kasky. That's the next waypoint. Step away for just 2 minutes here and use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Airline 030, right outside Texas, to 4,000 feet. Kind of maintain 50290 at route 0. Airline 422, waiting for 12006 and we'll request takeoff.
Let's get the checklist up here. Check for descent. So descent, we need to select our target altitude. Make sure VNAV is engaged. Power levers, maintain FMS speed bug. Passenger lights on, cabin pressure, landing lights. ILS 1, no, we don't need any of that. Okay, so at under 185.
And at 4,000 feet.
So when you're under 185 knots, then you go to flaps 15, and then you can go gear down around under that, and then under 160, you can go to flaps 30. So we'll probably do gear down at flaps 30 on our final turn to the runway, and we'll try to approach around 185 knots doing the downwind with flaps 15, probably around 180 knots, something like that, 170, 180, whatever we get. And then we'll hope for the best. This is a really pretty tricky landing. Piarco Radio, United 1067, overhead Kasky.
United 1067, squawk 6047, how you doing?
6047, and identity United 1067. 6047.
United 1067, radar contest on 170, approximately 25 miles per hour Guadalupe. Confirm you have the circle the lane 09 procedure on board?
I do have the circle to land procedure on board, United 1067.
Roger, in that case, United 1067, descend to cross Adver at 2,000 feet. Nation road is 1016.
Okay, descend across Adver at 2000, United 1067. Okay, so we'll put that in our flight plan. So Adver at 2000. 2, 1, 2, 3. Enter. We don't need a speed constraint. We'll execute that. And then, okay, right up. Okay, so now. Okay, so we need to now set that. Okay. Okay, we're at 3,000, 2,000, there we go. Okay. And now you got to be careful pressing VNAV because sometimes it'll just start descending right when you press it. So, but there is a VNAV path. I haven't quite figured that part out yet. Sometimes it works, sometimes it just starts descending right away. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to press that once we get a little closer. We're about 20 miles away, so I don't know if you need to be close like the Dash 8. You need to wait till the message comes on and then you can click it. So now let's get the seatbelt signs on. Piarco Radio, United 1067, are you controlling above flight level 245 or below?
Right now, where you are, I'm controlling top and bottom. Where you were, I was only controlling 240 and above.
Ah, got it. Okay, thanks. Thanks for clearing that up.
Technically, I control below 240, but it is on radar. So in about a few miles, you're about to descend on the radar coverage once again.
Yeah, my top of descent is Papa Romeo.
Caribbbean Line 422, Roger, descend across Saturn at 2300 feet, accumulate in route 81014, and you can expect an R911 approach.
So with this VNAV here, there's multiple presses. You press one, it'll descend VNAV IAS, it'll descend VNAV path. And so what I want is VNAV path. Pretty amazing, an aircraft for 12 bucks has pretty well functioning VNAV. I'm going to actually dial in 1100 because I want 1100. But this should make us cross at 2000 at Adver, which is perfect for what we need. Okay, so top of descent. So let's see what this says here. progress. Top of descent is 8 miles. VNAV.
50 more semi.
Well, I could probably press it now. See what happens if we... Let's see, how far away are we?
Caribbbean 415 we were supposed to proceed down a Lido, but anyway, continue.
Let's press it down, see what happens. See it down. See, it's going down.
Caribbean Airlines 1540. You are cleared to the Rockland Airport via direct passing. Climb by level 070, squawk 6056.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just don't know how to activate this. It's not wanting to go VNAV for some reason.
54 here, feet of squawk. But again, I cut off here. Caribbean 1540, we'd like it for a quarter from pushing stern, QNH 1014.
Okay, we need to come. So we're descending, so we're just going to go with it.
Caribbean Airlines 422, you are 10 miles passing.
Come all the way down to 30.
Carolina, approach.
Come all the way down to 30 here.
Caribbean Airlines 422.
Still no. Why?
422, you are 8 miles from passing. Maintain 20 clear on approach.
This is the first time it had, oh, maybe I didn't put the QNH in. No, can't.
Caribbean 4115 Bravo, you are 3 miles on the localizer, maintain 3000 to establish clear on approach runway 09.
Oh, there it is. Ah, you gotta wait till the pink bar comes. I got it now. Okay. You gotta wait till that pink bar comes. Then you can activate VNAV. Okay. Well, I didn't know that. So, we'll just go with it for now. We're good for now. Because we were right on profile anyway. Oh, we looked out there.
Caribbean 030 romp, proceed direct Lido, Oscar Lima, India Delta Oscar is the first rip on the island.
And I'm going to set the stick pressure now, 1016. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. And over here, this one seems to stay in standard. Oh no, it works. Yesterday that was stuck in standard, the first officer side. I don't know why. Okay, so we're doing good here. We're slowing down. That's about right. 30. Yeah, so we want to get this even here. When we get to 10,000 feet.
0608,
When we get to 10,000 feet, I'll start the
Caribbean 1540.
replay.
Alpha 1 is actually blue right on Alpha.
Yeah, we come down to 220 is good. Okay, so LNAV, VNAV path. Okay, all the lights are on because they were never turned off. Yep. Okay. That's all good. Now let's check our checklist. Checklist. ILS mode speed. Okay, we're all good. This is the other Guadalupe Island. Guadalupe has 2 islands, that's Dominica. So we're basically going to fly straight this way, and then we got to circle around before this mountain land. Okay, so we're coming up on 10,000. I'm going to start the replay while I'm thinking about it. There we go. Get that out of the way. And just to refresh our memories here, what we're doing. Get the chart up here. Wow, this chart really causes stuttering.
Caribbbean 031 is saying to call the Needle at 3000 feet, QNH is 1015.
Okay, so he wants us to cross Adver at 2000, which is up here. Okay, right there. Then we're going to come in a VOLAB, and then we're going to descend down to 1100 feet. And when we get to the last waypoint, we're going to turn. This is a heading of 265. We're going to go to 295 this way for a little bit. And then we're going to continue 265, and then we'll kind of weave our way around, make sure we don't hit anything, and then at some point we'll swing around and head in. And then here's the runway again, right here. So we'll turn off to the right, come down here, make a turn around at the end of the runway, and then we'll come in and park. So that's going to be the drill here. Speed is good. We're 213 knots. I can live with that. Okay, props are synced. Now, at some point, we need to move this power selector back to takeoff, so I'm going to do it now.
Caribbbean 1540 leads on 1200.
Well, don't forget.
Alpha 1, clear to take off.
Now I'm going to do this. Bring this down to 185. I'm going to bring that down to 185.
Caribbbean
180.
415 Bravo, welcome to Adams. Your flight time will close at 242. Exit runway to the left and able to
Now MDA, I'm going to put in 11. I'm going to put in the MDA is, what is the MDA? Well, there's an MDA for this, so I'm going to put in 1100.
United 1067 radar services are terminated. Remain on this frequency. On passing Adler, clear for a circle line of 09 and report target final.
Okay, I'll stay on this frequency, and I'll report at Adver, did you say? United 67.
77 negative. Adver, clear for the circle of land and report turn in final for this line.
At Adver, clear for circle to land and report when turning final, United 1067.
Caribbbean 422, welcome to Robinson. Backtrack to the tech. Backtrack to the gate.
Okay.
I believe. Caribbbean 1640, radar contact line to the telephone to see, ground maintain flight of 070, and maintain runway headed until 4100 feet and then turn on course.
So MIVUS right here is where the flight plan ends, because we're supposed to disconnect and then land, but we're going to actually go into heading mode before this, because otherwise the airplane will just kind of wander around. So you want to get into heading mode before this. So we're going to, as soon as we make this turn and we get established here, we'll set heading mode and then do it. Okay, 5800. why did this happen? Okay, so now it's doing some crazy stuff. Okay. Continuing. Let's see if this actually crosses the 2,000. Seems like we've got a ways to go with only 4 miles. But that's okay. Yeah, I must have thought this was above 2,000 or above. It's okay, we want to be down to 1,100, so. Okay, we're coming up on 32, coming up on 3,000. We're going to turn the terrain off just because we don't need those nuisance warnings because we're going to be over terrain for sure. Okay, here we are making the final turn. And the runway is right over here, so we got to circle around these mountains. Now it'd be really handy to do like a fix where you can extend the center line out this way. I don't know how to do. Runway 9 isn't even in the FMS, so pretty hard to. Not sure how you do that. Okay, I'm just going to vertical speed down here. Nose down. Go down here. 500 feet or 600 feet a minute. .500 feet a minute. Let's get 200 knots. That's good. Okay, so let's sync up the heading bug here. Alright, so let's go into heading mode now. We do have a wind, 14 knots, 103. Yeah, see, 103, 115, 15 knots here.
Carolina 54.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, there's a runway ahead of us. Time to turn off the music.
QNH Robinson 1014.
Okay, so let's go. 265 here. Past here to the side of this ridge, we're going to go back to 265. Okay, so let's go back down to 265. Okay, so we're at 1100. Let's start slowing down here a little.
Too low terrain.
Guess that didn't turn on.
Too low terrain.
GPWS.
Too low terrain. 500.
Okay. It's in this valley here. Put the gear down. We're going to swing around to 85. Here. Flaps 15, get some power in. Get some power in.
Sync rate.
There's the airport. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to start slowing down. We're below. Flaps all the way out. Okay.
United 72-600, 110
Clear to land runway 09, United 1067. Okay, we're just about lined up perfectly here. And we got the speed in just about right. So we want to start descending here. Okay. A little tricky making that turn. Descend a little bit more here. Got to come through this valley.
Approaching minimum. 500. Minimum.
Power down a little bit.
Caribbbean 1640, 10 miles on south.
Sync rate.
Entry, let's just clear out of approach on
Pull up. 200. Pull up. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Caribbbean 423,
Yeah.
also that you're clear to the other airport, United Airlines, 5 hours minutes south. Climb 780, squawk 6061.
A little tougher than I wanted to land at, but
423, Rebecca is correct, arm pushing start QNH 1014. Caribbbean line 0301, you are 9 miles from the localizer, maintain 3,000 to establish, clear out of the approach on 09.
okay. So head on back. Yeah, a little tricky trying to gauge the height. There's no pappies or anything, so you're kind of just trying to gauge the height there. Anyway, welcome to Dominica. what the landing rate was. Okay, flaps up. Get the lights off here. Strobe, wing light. Now you're supposed to start the chronometer and wait 2 minutes before feathering the engines. So we had probably close to that. I think what we'll do is
or do you want to go back around?
we'll turn off the taxi light here. We'll swing it right around. Okay, here we go. Parking brake.
Caribbbean Airlines 0301. You good? You look kind of high.
Gust lock. Bring these down into ground idle. Okay. And turn out the passenger. I'm not going to turn them off because the replay.
In that case, minutes are 0600 09.
And turn this. I'm going to turn the prop brake on. Oh no, we don't want to do the prop brake for the replay. Okay, so let's turn off the replay. So we'll stop that. Okay, now we'll bring up the check. We want to turn off the probe heats. And let's get the checklist out here to see what else we should be doing. Waiting. Okay, chrono, start the gust lock engage, transponder. Transponder. Survey says. Transponder, standby.
3115, field radar.
Gust lock, radar, standby.
Go ahead, sir. 3115.
Okay, weather radar. Landing lights off, strobe lights off. Probe heat. After 2 minutes, fuel cutoff. Well, we're not going to do fuel cutoff.
Caribbbean 1540, leading
Parking brake,
0704, runway 11, clear there.
Okay, so that's cool. So we're good. Okay, so let's see. Let's turn off ATC.
United NG7, sorry about that. Welcome to Dominica, flight bank close 2340.
Well, thanks for your service today, and we're going to be taking off back here in a little bit, but we'll see you until then.
Roger.
Okay, so disconnect from Vatsim, and let's see how. Oh, I got to shut the engines off. Okay, well, I got to shut the engines off for my ACARs to. Let's see. I'll tell you what we need to do. Let's get the ground power on here. Okay, and then let's get these on. Okay, there we go. All right. So now. Okay, so there. Shut off. ACARs is now. So now we can turn off the beacon. I don't know how the replay is going to deal with that, but we'll see. So turn off the beacon light. Now we're good. Now here is the report. Oh, 413 feet a minute. Ouch. Minus 413 feet per minute. Well, more practice needed at this airport. But I've been here enough times that I think I've had enough. MSFS2020, number 135, Street 4, 1, Bravo 5. Well, I've had better in here before than that, but we'll take a look and see how it. I think I got a little too much speed there coming down. It should have been around 100 knots, so I had a little too much speed. coming down the final slope there. I got lined up really good this time. I just should have pulled the throttle back further when we were in that final descent, and aircraft didn't slow as much as I thought it would. This aircraft is a little slippy, a little hard to slow down, and so normally when you have those big blades out like that, they really slow the aircraft down, and but not in this case. All right, so we got that done. Now let's take a look and see how the replay looked. Load. Okay. And let's. Okay, there we are. So I'm going to bring it up. Take a look at the landing first. Okay, we'll start from in here. See,
500.
Nothing's on. Are the engines going? Yeah, the engines are going. Gears down. Okay. We'll take a look a little bit. Also, I thought I could have gone lower than I should have been lower. But I didn't want to take a chance of running into those mountains there. See, right here is when I should have pulled the throttle way back. I was picking up speed here. So VREF was around 104 knots, so I landed at 124. Yes, that's too fast. Yeah, see, I had plenty of clearance, so I could have been a little bit lower. Lined up good though this time. Yeah, see, I was a little bit high. Got scared of those mountains there. Leveled it out. Yeah, see, I'm just too fast there. Yeah, coming down, coming down, coming down. Flare, 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 flare. Ooh, boom, 3-point landing. Yeah. If I fluttered any more though, I would have taken off, so I don't want to do that. Okay, so let's back it up here. Get it like this. Let's take a look at it a little further back here. See how much room I had. Looks like I had more room than I thought. I was pulling up there. Yeah, see, I was higher than I thought. I didn't realize I had as much clearance, but I did. Should probably come in at 1,500. I was a little low, though, on the downwind. So maybe 1,500 feet's a little better. Plenty of clearance over those trees. Yeah. It's not too bad. Even there, it's about alright. Yeah, be too much lower there, but yeah, well, it's really deceptive. You don't have a PAPI to look at. It's sometimes difficult to know. Wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad. How did I land on the center line? Let's see. Pretty much. Just that little. Didn't get the rudder over. It's funny when you put the aircraft into reverse, the nose lifts up. It's kind of funny. All right. Well, that was. You know, I made it in one piece. That was okay. And so let's go back now a little bit further. Let's go back to where, yeah, so let's go back to here. Let's see how this, one thing you don't want to get, it's too far away. You don't want, when you turn to this 295 heading, you don't want to fly all the way over here because it's, yeah, difficult. You make the turn and you're like still to the north of the runway. So I think we did that part pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't really want to get over in here too far. There's that ridge they're talking about, right? So you got to flap around this ridge and around. A little worried right in here. Wonder where those coconut trees are. Here, maybe? Yeah, because you make the turn this way. Yeah, it must be where those coconut trees are. Because you can fly right through this valley. I got a little nervous here. But I didn't need to be that nervous. Still gotta get over this ridge here. Well, that turned out good. Yeah, turned right out on line. Oh, that turned out good. I was hand flying by then. I took over on the downwind. Yeah, so should have just started the descent here, just gently down to the rope. I could have made it. But you get an idea how to do this. And we almost pulled it off. Got a little too much speed coming down the final push there. I got a little high. And again, hard to judge the height because there's no PAPIs in Microsoft Flight Simulator here. But you get the idea how to do this. It's pretty challenging and pretty fun to get this. Might have been better to be over here a little bit, but nope, not more. Actually, it's just it's just the parallax there. No, I was right on exactly where I wanted to be. I wanted to fly right through that hole there. Yep, that was good. Before I ended up heading off this way, I had to come back. So yeah, that was good. Wonder what this turn looked like from. Let's see, let's go back. See what that turn looked like. See how scared the passengers might have got. Woohoo! Yeah, it wouldn't have hurt to have been a little higher here. I don't know what that noise is. Well, flaps probably. The gear going down. This must be a hoot to be in a real life and be in this aircraft and coming in for this landing. It's be kind of fun. But in bad weather or at night, yeah, you can see why this would be impossible. You just couldn't. For those mountains, you got to have visual sighting of these mountains here. You're going to run right into them. Yeah, that was not too bad. This aircraft is pretty easy to butter. I had a below 100 feet per minute landing in San Juan yesterday when I was flying back from here, right on VREF. I was on an ILS. So if we fly back, maybe we'll see. I may have to reload this aircraft. It didn't seem to handle going through the replay and then continuing on. There was a lot of things that, like electrical wasn't working until the engines were revved up and some other things. Yeah, it came right in. Nothing. See, it was pretty much a turn. Nothing really major. No major heroics needed. It just was a little fast here. And just chunked the landing slightly. Boom. Had a pretty strong crosswind too, 15 knots. So it's okay. Well, that was pretty fun. Try one more angle here. See what it looks like from this angle. But all in all, a very fun aircraft. I've had a lot of fun flying it, so I don't know why people are ragging on it so bad. I mean, for 12 bucks. I mean, many of us have paid 3-4 times that at an airplane that wasn't nearly as nice as this. Honestly, if we're honest with ourselves. You know, if we just want to bitch and complain about crap just because it makes us feel better, then okay, go for it. But as far as the enjoyment factor goes, how real it is, I don't know. I'm not a real ATR pilot, and I'm not triggered by stuff that's not exactly real because I don't know. But is it fun to fly? Is it well modeled enough and well behaved enough to be fun to fly, and even approaches like this? Yeah, you saw for yourself right here. Aircraft handles really well. I'm hand flying right here, and you know, it's no, I've had fun flying it. I'm someone though that just hates being in that pissed off frame of mind. I'll do anything to not be in that frame of mind. So I'll look for every opportunity to, you know, find joy and happiness in what I'm doing, just because I found that's a better way to go through life. And so my trigger point's pretty high when it comes to this kind of stuff. And but for me, this is a great flight. Look at these trees. How real this looks with the weather and the lighting, the sounds, and yeah. Yeah, this would be pretty fun to be on this aircraft looking out this window and watching that. Going through the valley like that, those trees, going, holy crap. I did fly into here on the runway 27 a week or so ago, and it was a pretty straightforward approach landing. But I thought for a stream this would be more interesting, so I kind of tried a few of these. You know, Microsoft Flight Simulator, you don't have any way to really set up a 10-mile final approach. You got to fly the whole flight, and so it's hard to do multiple approaches. Like, for example, in the TOLUS in X-Plane 12, you can just save a flight right at a certain spot, just keep doing it over and over until you get it right. That's pretty difficult to do in Microsoft Flight Simulator, unfortunately. At least I haven't found a way to do it reliably. I suppose there's maybe experimental mode, you can use that replay mode somehow, but I don't know. I don't really want to mess around. Yeah, that was pretty much a stable approach, to be honest. Came right in on the numbers, hit down right after the numbers, the aircraft didn't shake. Yeah, that was, you know, pretty stable approach. Except for getting to put the rudder in at the end. But okay, well, I think that's pretty good. So let's see if we can move this over to here and run this right up to the end. What I found works really well is to start this right near the end, and before the replay actually ends, to close the replay, and then the aircraft is left in a state. You don't want to go too far, the whole thing repeats, so I'm going to close it now. Okay, there we go. Oh, ground power's not on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to go back to a semi cold and dark state, see if this will work. Okay, put the park brake. We stop spinning. We have. Okay, we're going to do another one of those hotel modes. So we're going to come over here like this. A beacon light. Seatbelts are off. Those are off. I'm going to leave crew oxygen on. Actually, I think I'll leave it in a turnaround state. And the fuel pump's off. Those. Okay. The first thing we want to do is we want to get the I gotta turn this stuff in. I wasn't able to. Yeah, I was trying to futz with turning off the. I couldn't get it. Turning off the GPWS, but and while I was doing that, I was drifted high. So, yeah, a lot to do in this aircraft. You'll notice that the flight plan ends pretty nice, so you don't have to worry about, it reinitializes. So now we want to get the systems up here. Make sure that we're charging. Okay, we are. Okay, now we can open up all the wheel chocks, open all this up, and we'll get set up for the next flight. So the next flight, we'll just continue on from here. The times won't match the scheduled time, but that's okay. Give me a few minutes here while I get reset up. Log into our website here, and get the next flight set up. Okay, so the next flight, so let's go to the flight room. I want to get the weights and all that. First, let's go to the logbook. This will take about 5 minutes or so. Okay. Okay. So let me just finish out this last flight. Then we'll schedule another one, and we'll get our weights, and we'll be on our way. Let's get some music going while I'm doing that. Let's see, it's open forward. It's open. Okay, so while I'm here, thought I would show you just kind of how this whole United Virtual Airlines, how the whole flight scheduling actually works. Second. So we have our main website, right? This is called the flight room, and we come here to schedule. Actually, the main flight summaries sort of is our kind of a homepage for members when they sign up. It tells you who's flying, who actually also is flying on Vatsim. It's not required that you fly on Vatsim. We encourage you to fly on Vatsim, but it's not a requirement by any means. And we have people that fly on Vatsim, some people that don't. So these ones that say V means Vatsim. And so I just landed here at the gate. So the people are in cruise. You can kind of click on the flight. It shows you where the route is, Pensacola to Houston. And then these are all the reservations, people that have reserved flights, and these are all the ones that were completed. And we have some statistics on the other side here of how many, we're divided into east and west, and how many pilots are flying flights per day, pilot, blah, 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 that kind of thing. And you can see I've flown here to 750 airports, within United Virtual. And these are the hours, top 10 hours, top 10 flights, on 46, and leading in Vatsim. And then these are the people that have over 5,000 hours, the people that have been in for 12 years. I've been in for 18. Keeps track of that. And then career stats, how many hours on Vatsim. Oh, 14,000, just went in one. Oh, wow. Okay, so now we're going to go to the flight room and we're going to schedule the flight. So it remembers where I was last, and it gives me what flights exist. So it's this one. So it's flight 99. We're going to click on it. And then we're going to select here, just put in here, select Vatsim, select the aircraft. It's going to be the ATR-72. These are the aircraft that are allowed to be flown on this route. And so we got quite a few. The Saab, Jetstream. Remember this? What a great aircraft that was. I loved this aircraft. And it never got moved over to P3D, and I was so bummed. I flew a lot of flights on this aircraft too. And of course I've been doing these. We got the Beechcraft 1900. I flew a lot of these early on in my career at United Virtual. We had a lot of Beechcraft 1900 flights back around 2005, 2006. And here's all the ATRs and the Fokker. It's going to be good when the Fokker comes out for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Everybody's looking forward to that. So here's the ATR-72. We're going to proceed. We're going to proceed. We're going to reserve. It helped. I don't have a pen in my hand while I'm trying to click. Okay, so here's all the operational flight statistics. We're going to have 48 passengers. Okay, 48 passengers. And this gives a lot of information about the flight, so on and so forth. Oris has really added a lot to this. So we're going to do this. We're going to plan landing alternate. We're going to take off here on runway 9, probably land runway 8. And I'm going to update that. Now we have FlightAware right here, so you can check and see FlightAware. This is where I got Silver Airlines from. So if you don't believe me, so here it is, Silver, right? So this flight here, this is the route they're using. I'm using a little different, whoops, let's see, Tuesday, past flights, here, oops. They're using a little different route. See, they came down this way for some reason. I'm using a little different route. I'm going to fly up this way and across these into here, which is another real world route I found earlier. Let's see. Yeah, this is kind of the standard route, but it's a lot over ocean, right? So it's not as interesting. So I've got a different route that I'm using. But this is Silver Airlines. That's what I use. See, 18,000 feet. That's probably where we're going to be when I'm done. So then, once you've got that all set here, and you can add cargo, you can add extra fuel, you can do all kinds of things extra. We don't need to do that today. Click on SimBrief, and it's going to take us right to our flight and to our SimBrief page. Now, there probably should be okay, so we got UAL. We're going to select the 600. We're going to select the 600, and then I can actually pick the livery I'm using. There we go. TISX is our alternate. Not going to need an alternate today, but and then I like to use the Lido profile. Even though United has their own, I like to use the Lido. And then for the runway, we can come down here to look at some of the different runways, and here's the one I used. Okay, it says real world, but it's the one I'm going to use. Okay, see how it flies up over these islands? It's a little more interesting. So we're going to use that route, and then we're going to calculate our. Okay, we got everything else in here that I want. Oh no, passengers. Passengers. We're going to go 48. Okay, so 48 packs, and then let me just see if the weights look right first. Okay, view PDF. Yeah, so we can take some. Well, let's just do this and see how it goes. Okay, so what altitude are we flying this at? Maybe we'll climb faster. What altitude are we going at? 200, yeah, okay, so we're going to be light. Okay, so we're going to go flight level 200. Okay, taking off out of runway 9, landing runway 8. Okay, so the weight here then is going to be, oops. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay, so cargo 2088.3 and 22.4, and the fuel is 4.7. Zero fuel weight is 36.9. Call that 37.0. So our total gross weight is going to be 41.7. Okay. So that's all we. Oh, and let's get the weather. Let's get the weather. Okay, 110 at 8. (110 at 8) plus 29, and Q is 016. Pretty much what we have. And to San Juan is, oh, the wind has totally died out. It was blowing 20 knots earlier. 130 at 3, and then plus 28. Yeah, when I came in, landed yesterday, the wind was 0, which was pretty good. Okay, so I got everything in here that I need. So close that out. Now we can come over here and we can pre-file on a network. So let's pre-file on a network. Verify I'm human. Come on, seriously. Okay, so let's file this. Okay. And get rid of these directs. Okay, and delete this. 1 second while I get this file. Okay, file that, and that's filed. So let's log back onto Vatsim here. Connect, flight plan, fetch from server, fetched. Okay, there we go. So we're set there. Now let's get our ACAR set up so we don't forget that. Initialize, start. Okay, so we can get rid of this. We're good. All right. So now what we can do is we can come back to here. Okay, stream is looking good. All right, so now we'll come over back to the flight simulator here, and we will do our weight and balance. So we have the weight, fuel is 4.7, so we want 2.375. 2.375. That's good. And then the zero fuel weight is 41.7, so we're going to go down 41. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Ah, see, the battery's gone. So I'm gonna have to reload the aircraft. I won't be able to start the engine. So whatever reason, yeah. Okay, no big deal. We'll restart the aircraft. To give it just a second here. Fortunately, I experienced all this before, so I don't have to waste your time trying to figure this out. Hopefully this simple matter here will allow us to. Okay, TBD, and we'll just pick a, let's see, let's go to ramp 0. Now we'll just pick this one, departure, and it was, what was supposed to be the time? 20:45. So let's go. Let's see, what was supposed to be the time? Let's see. I think it was. Forgot to write the time down. Okay, it's supposed to be 12:15. Okay, when did we land? Just fly back. Let's see, when did we land last? We landed at 2109. 2109, so that would be, yeah, it's starting to get dark. No, we didn't. We landed at 1906. Okay, so that would be 7. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's put it back to 17. Yeah, let's put it back right there. Okay. Okay, we landed at 1906. Okay, so and we'll pay attention to that charging system, and if it's starting to drop, just fire up the engine in hotel mode. Finish up what we need to do and get out. But doesn't seem to like that. Replay mode. All right, here we are, and let's see. Okay. All right, so let's get the weight and balance. First of all, open up the doors. Get ground power on. Now let's get the weight and balance. 2.375. Okay, and then we want this to be 47. Yeah, this is pretty light. Maybe that'll help us get up to the cruise a little faster. There we go. Okay. All right, so here we are. Just almost back to where we started. So now the first thing we want to do is turn on the battery. So uncage it, put the battery on, recage it. And then we're going to want to wait for 30 seconds while this all gets fired up before we do anything else. Meanwhile, we can make sure the throttles are in flight idle, condition levers are in fuel cutoff, landing gear is down, gust lock is set, power brake is set, flaps are up. Yeah, 1904. Okay, so that's 2 and 4 is the ones you want to see up. Okay, let's make sure these are as bright as possible. Alright, so now we're going to want to turn on ground power in both locations. Turn those on, prop brake in. Okay, once it says ready, nav light, logo light, I always turn those on. Seatbelt signs are on, emergency lights armed, hydraulic pumps come on, the ACW gens come on, windshield heat comes on, the main power supply, the oxygen comes on. Okay, I'm going to turn on the lights. Okay, and I'm going to put that on bright. Okay, so we're good here. Okay, everything else looks good. So now, yeah. Okay, those all look good. Now let's go to this. Let's go here. Let's get the system page up. Make sure that we're charging. Oh, come on. No, we're not charging. No. Well, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on this. So let's start the chronometer here. Keep an eye on this. Make sure that's still working. Okay, so we know we need to be at 085 here. So let's set 085. Okay, we're going to set the course to be 078. We're going to get runway 8, sure. So 078. Okay, let's come over here. Sure. Let's view or 2. And so we're setting up the MFD first. Okay. Then we're going to dial in the altitude. 20,000. $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. Well, this is encouraging here. With the ACW is doing the true here. That may be, but these aren't connected. See, nothing's connecting this to here. So this maybe I may have to start the aircraft. May have to start the whole simulator over. We'll have to see. I don't know. Clear that flashing crap. Okay, so now got that set. So now let's go to turn on the lights here. Okay, now it's time for the FMC. Okay, so we're going to go to here, init, position init, okay, return, wait, long press, and that's good, return, flight plan init, route, we're going from Tango Delta Papa Delta to Tango Juliet Sierra Juliet, and then UAF1067 here, and we're going to execute, and from here we're going to take off on runway 9, and we're going to be the Kara 1 to PPR. Okay, execute that. Now we come to here, and we're going to be doing a route, so it should be it's A517 to Zapata. Okay, execute, and now return, and next, and then now it's Gouda. G-O-U-D-A. Let's check batteries. Oh, see, it's going. Okay. All right, so I need to turn off this, turn on the fuel, turn this here, and start. Okay. All right. Hopefully that will have fixed our problem. This should say charging, not trouble. Okay, so that's good. Ah, charging. Okay, cool. So now we can turn off these. All right. Yeah, when you know the aircraft's going to goof up on you, it's handy. See, now we're charging. Okay, good. Whew. It's handy to keep track of these things, so it doesn't waste your time having to restart the aircraft. I did that on my own, and it took a while to figure all that out. So once you know what to look for, it's not too bad. So we're just entering in the last few waypoints here, and for our route. And now we're going to be coming in on the ILS 8, Chaco 4 with the none. Okay, we're going to execute that. Okay, we're going to come down here. We're going to clear this. Okay, execute. Now we're going to go to here, and I want to delete that. Okay, 14 down. Yeah. Okay, because I want to be 3,200. You know, they're going to send me to 3,200. They're online. They're going to send me to here. Okay, 3,200. Execute. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's done. So now return, and we're going to go now to performance, and we have 5,000 here. Okay, 104, 104, 110, 04, 04, 110, and this time we'll go 130. Let us, probably won't. Okay, here we go. And next page is, okay, it's already got the 20,000 in there. And then next page is it, okay, there's that. And then we're going to be at 3002. This is for landing. Okay, we're going to be landing at 100 knots. Okay, so that's all good. So that's set. We're good there. Turn this on standby. Now, let's come in here, And clear these. Hopefully we don't have that problem we had with the 11. Okay, yeah, that's good so far. So far, so good. So get out of this. Okay, we'll come into that ND mode. And let's go next. Next. Okay, that all looks good. Perfect. So now we'll come in to here. Okay. All right, so we got the FMC set up. Now let's go to COM. And got to do so. So 1, 2, 2, 22.8. Enter. Switch over. Now let's see if he's still online. He is not, but San Juan Center is. Okay, so San Juan Center is on, so they're 118.15. Okay, so they are 118.15. Enter. Okay, and we'll put the VHF2 into guard. Okay, switch. There we go. Switch. Okay, that's good. Now, we're going to go here. We're going to go 1110.3. It's almost certainly what they're going to give us. Enter. Switch that. And then we'll put in here 114. San Juan VOR. Enter. Come on. Enter. Okay, we'll swap that over. And then we'll come down here and put bearing 1, bearing 2. Oh, shoot. Bearing 2. Oh, I hope I didn't just shut up. Ah, I just shut the engine down. Ah, dang. Okay, so let's try to get the batteries out. And grab the wrong lever. It's trouble sometimes. Okay, let's try ground power. Okay. Hopefully I can recover this. I grabbed the prop lever by mistake to move it out of the way, and I forgot the engine was on. Okay, so it looks like that's good. Alright, so I think I might have saved this. Alright, very good. Okay, so let's check this again. Okay, good. Okay, alright, we're good. Phew. Man, that was nasty. Okay, so there we go. So now, I want to put 11.0.3. Enter. Okay, that's good. And I already got the courses set. So now we're going to go to this one. We're going to leave this one over here in ILS2, so that way we'll know when it's picked up. Viewer 2. Okay, we got to set it. Done that yet? Yeah. Okay, so we're good. Okay, so let's compare this. And hopefully now this will work. So okay, we got that set. Let's get the brightness. Okay, there we go. Alright, make sure the boost is on. Okay, so we got the nav. Now we got to go We've got to come here and we've got to get the squawk. 00. Okay, enter. Okay. Now we're going to turn on beacon light here. So we're going to get out of here right straight away. Beacon, oh yeah, one thing we got to do. We've got to click on the performance tab here and we have to say confirm takeoff data. So there it is. I'll come back to the ND. Now we have to come over to performance and we need to 4114 payload. We need to get the trim, so 26.0 and 1.2 is the trim. And then we need to set speed over here, and we're going to go 130. Oh. No, we'll go 140 again. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we're just going to go LNAV. Okay, then we'll click VNAV once we get going. So now we have to click IAS hold, and we have to click this. Okay, there we go. And those are set. Boost is on. Okay, hit the magic key. Okay, close up the doors. Okay, let's see. Actually, we don't push back. Actually, I don't think we need to push back, so let's just start the engine. Okay, so now we're going to turn on the fuel pump. We're going to undo this, turn that off. We should start spinning. There it is. And when this reaches... This is what I was getting yesterday, so when I pull up the RPM, this will go away. Okay, so now we can put this to automatic. And we can also turn on the bleed. Okay, we can then press that. So we can now start this engine. Okay, it's a 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. Introduce fuel. Oh, those went away. Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, yesterday I had a lot of electricals, but I just fired this up right after doing the replay. I had a lot of electrical stuff that would not go away until I actually until I actually revved up the RPM. Okay, so that's looking good. It's stable. Let's bring this now into auto. Okay, let's now have a look at checklist. Make sure we got everything. Now we need to come here, make sure that's all. Okay. And make sure that's all on. And we need to turn on these. Okay. Leads are good. That's good. Okay, we're all good up here. Okay, prop brake, ready for the 2, that's protection, so downtime. Okay, so we got everything ready to go. Gust lock. And put on the brake here. And we'll turn off the parking brake. And now we'll come over here and we'll let's see, what did I forget? Oh! Okay, I got the flaps, 15. What did I forget? Oh, gust lock is off. Great. Not sure. But we're going to move back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit further. God, what's going on here? Brakes aren't working. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we're just going to get out of here. Okay, so we're going to go up ahead there. Okay. Light director, go around, LNAP is armed. Okay. Taxi light is on, so we're just going to turn all the lights on. Ready to go. Eesh. Overhead all looks good. So let's try this. Oh, trim. Okay, that's probably why this didn't work. Yeah, we're good. I'm going to come all the way down here to the end in case I have another engine problem like yesterday. Okay, it should be good enough. Load that. Not bad for a lineup. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right. Nose forward on the stick. Advance the throttles up to notch, notch. Notch, notch. Let it rip. We're looking for 104. Hold it right there. Get that right rudder in. Right up to 1,000 feet, and then we'll pitch it over. right rudder in there. Okay. Line mode. Pitch the nose over. Okay. And then we'll go to VNAV speed and then click on VNAV and click on the yaw damper. Go. Then get that nose over. Back on course here. Okay, we're over 140. Remove the flaps. Expect to pitch down here. Yeah, that's good to see. Okay, we're doing all right so far. Right rudder. Okay, pitch down just a bit. All right, there we go. Right rudder. Pitch down just a bit. 10 degrees seems to be about right. Turn here, down just a bit. Jump. Alright, so we seem to be doing pretty good so far. We got climb thrust set. We have the yaw damper set. Okay. Just about to get on course here. And just about holding it right here. A bit down. Sync up the heading bug. Should just be about right. Okay, we're at 5,000 feet, so we can now set barrow. Right rudder in there. LNAV, VNAV. Good. There we go. Still hand flying. Now it's hands off, so it's perfectly trim. I got a lot of right rudder in, and as you can see, it's flying straight. Down a little bit. Okay, looks like we're getting ready to make a turn, another turn. Ooh, bank ankle check. Pull up. Good job. Good job. Down again. And we want to come out of this turn. Good jump, jump. And straighten her up. White. Turn a bit more. tightening up a little bit on the rudder. Back to right rudder. $8,300 feet. And we're spot on the flight directors. We'll fly it up to 10,000 feet. Right rudder. Just a bit of trim down. Trim it a bit. 9,000 feet. So we'll go to 10,000. And turn on the autopilot. $9,500. Jump. 9,900. And 10,000. Autopilot is on. Okay. Ding the flight attendants. Let them know. And I'm going to turn off the passenger signs. Extend the range here a little bit. Okay. It's all charging and all looks good. Okay. Our checklist again, oxygen, emergency battery switch, let's see. Okay. Initial, doors, tail prop, lead, prop brake. Okay, that's all good. After, let's go to the after taxi check. After takeoff, landing gears up, yaw dampers on, speed climb management, engine bleeds, verify op, let's check the those are all reading for 3,000, perfect. And we want to see fuel flow looks good. Okay, and we've got 1,900 for cabin altitude, so we're pressurizing. So we're all good there. Sync up the heading bug. Up to 12,000 feet. 15,000. 5,000 to go. That's a very slow climber. We're going to be coming into traffic control fairly soon. So we're not. Oh, what happened? Can I? Got disconnected from Vatsim somehow. Well, we're back on now. Let's see what the ATIS in San Juan is saying. ATIS is... Okay, landing and departing, runways 8 and 10 ILS in use, in aircraft safe direction flight. Well, hopefully they'll get runway 8. If not, I'll ask for it. Okay, there we are. Yeah, there's a lot of building on this island. How built up that is, right up the side of the volcano. All of this alluvial plain. Yeah, we wouldn't want this to blow again. Maybe. Oh, damage. What a loop. So we just passed over the PR and VOR. Making a turn to San Juan. $16,600. Okay, the ATIS in San Juan is uniform, so remember that. Make a note of that. Okay, we're coming up here on 17,000. 17,800, 18,000 right now. Okay, so we are going to turn lights, landing lights, taxi light, wing light. Okay, we have the strobes, nav, beacon. Right, we're good. Coming up on 19,000, 1,000 more to go. There's the 1,000-foot remaining alarm. Map up this time so you can see where we're going. So we're going to upload that. We're going to import reciprocate. There's Montserrat. Yeah, Montserrat. So what does that look like? Right there. Giant volcano. Not too long ago. Leveled the whole island. All kinds of little cool islands around in here. Fun to vacation at. I went to St. Lucia once for honeymoon and stayed at this really fancy place right on the water over here, Anchassane. It's one of these Condé Nast places. it was wonderful. The whole beach out front besides the sandy beach, but outside that, it's a whole coral reef at 15 feet deep. And swimming, snorkeling for miles. So it was incredible. So we're going to be flying up similar to where we came, not exactly where we came. Took Navigraph and having some trouble. Well, anyway, we're going to be flying up similar to where we were. They have to pull up. This is the desktop version, and so we're right here now. So we're going to be flying up over this one's St. Kitts, okay, and then we'll be heading over this way to Virgin Islands, and then we'll probably get vectors somewhere in here, and there'll probably be vectors out and around. But if not, we have the approach. We're going to have ILS probably 8. Let's see, let's set the approach and set this, add to the environment. I don't just add that. Yeah, but we're going to come in, and then we're going to also do the arrival, so set the arrival. Set that, add to the route. No PJM. Move that. Anyway, that's what the route looks like. Come around like this, runway 8. Why do I keep doing that? Now they have this new feature. Let's see, here, weather. And no weather there, but there was weather. Weather here. Rain, it's yellow spot again. Yeah, not. Oh, some weather there. We don't have any weather, significant weather, where we're going. So we're right over Montserrat here. That's the volcano. Oh. Wiped out some villages, I understand, too. Killed a bunch of people. It's funny how long this animation takes. I had to use it the other day because the sun was right up here, but this doesn't really do much. It does keep the panel a little brighter. So we're going to be in San Juan Center here pretty soon. They're probably going to issue us instructions to cross. Descend to maintain, blah, 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 so we'll just kind of do that. Yeah, when I went to St. Lucia, my honeymoon, we actually flew to Miami. And then we took a prop plane to San Juan, and then a prop plane from San Juan down to St. Lucia. Turboprop, just like this. I don't remember what turboprop it was though. At that time, I really wasn't into aircraft that much. Not as much as today. I've always been into aircraft. Not like today. That was a long time ago. That was the early 90s. Okay, we're at cruise, so now we can put this down to cruise. Wow, cruise power is only 55%. Interesting. Oh, that's right, because we're so high, that's right. 187 knots, we're still doing 270 over ground, so we have actually a higher ground speed than we had before. Which, you know, makes sense, right? So it's getting close to having to talk to San Juan Center, so we'll switch over to them. and then we're going to have approach as well, so that's 119. So put that in here. 9, 4. Enter. Yep. 118. So I'll reach out to him when we get to Zapata if he doesn't call me first. It should be about the time. Yeah, it should be about the time. So still Victor. Okay, landing and departing runways 8 and 10. ILS approach means vehicle aircraft. Same direction of flight. Read back, hold short. Okay, so what do we have? We had 120 at 4. 120 at 4. And 28. And altimeter is A30. Okay. Ref, and what will be approach? We're going to add 5. So we're going to come in at 106. So we're either going to get runway 8 or runway 10. We get runway 10. We're going to be at Chaka here, and we'll cruise here to Rakua. And if we are on runway 8, we'll get this here. If we're on runway 10, we'll fly this way. Probably what they're going to do is they're going to vector us over like this, move downwind, and then in one of these. I'm not sure which. So we'll be prepared. It's either way. We can switch pretty easy. We're set up for 08, but it's normal landing is runway 10. Like I say, in the real world, that's closed off. But in the ATIS, they're saying they're using a boat. So hard to say. But we'll figure that out once we get there. Let's check our stream health here. Excellent condition. Perfect. Okay. Yes, it's great. Delay 1 second, 30. Yeah. Everything very healthy. Stream wise. Okay, so in another 8 or so miles, I'll tell them I'm overhead Zapata. And I don't hear any communication. Maybe there's nobody online yet. San Juan Center, United 1067 at ATR-72 with Victor, overhead Zapata, flight level 200.
And United 1067 and Juan Center, squawk 5564.
5564, United 1067. Okay, he wants us to be at 5564, so let's get that sorted.
San Juan Center, November 8033 Foxtrot. And November 8033 Foxtrot. Taxi 172, slant golf. We are 2 miles east of Grand Castor to St. Louis. Climbing 1,500 feet. Look for VFR plate following. Traffic advisory.
This is one of the Netherlands Antilles right here. This is F.D. Roosevelt. Seriously.
Maintain VFR, direct St. Mark, speech territory, Foxtrot.
Okay, so this is St. Eustace, F.D. Roosevelt Airport, right there. Let me double check. How about now, United 1067?
There we go. United 1067, you're going to contact level 200, couple miles.
Okay, so we're hooked up with ATC. So the next airport coming up here is also part of the Netherlands Antilles, Saba. So Saba is right out here. And this is Eustace, St. Eustace. Definitely volcanic looking. Oh, it is. Okay. It's like Saba there. Just about 100 miles or so to go. I think at this point I'm going to get a beverage and take a little bit of a break for about 5 or 6 minutes. So I'll be right back. Let me ask ATC. San Juan Center, United 1067, I need to leave the cockpit for about 6-7 minutes. I'll let you know when I'm back, thank you. Okay folks, I'm going to stretch my legs a little bit, and so I will be right back.
traffic. Yes, you want me to call the reporting point for you? Yeah, perfect. We'll call another ATR between Foxtrot. San Juan Center, November 23, Foxtrot is over portion. Just thinking a visual for the data there, I can't remember. I think I didn't say anyone. Roger. Consultation, getting flight competitors for the additional solution. That's very closely. Thank you for your service, and I'm calling up and bringing to 33 Foxtrot.
Okay, I'm back. San Juan Center, United 1067 is back in the cockpit.
Back.
Just got myself a nice cup of coffee and took a few minutes break. Send to maintain 11,000 United 1067. Okay, so he's ordered us down. So we're headed on down. Final stretch here. It's been kind of a long stream today, my longest. We'll normally do. So we'll head down at about 2,000 feet a minute. Slowly increase the rate of descent. 1,500 now, and we'll head on down to 2,000, and then we'll cut back the power once we get to 220. And he told us the altimeter was 3004, so let's put that in right now. Power back to 50% to start with. And we'll go down to 40%. Still speeding up. Still speeding up, so we'll take it down to 30%. 30% usually is about right. I've noticed this aircraft. And we'll make sure to sync up the engines here. There we go. 30%. Up a little. There we go. Perfect. 230 knots. Sync up the heading here. And if we get below 18,000, below 18 already, we'll turn on the lights. Seatbelt sign. Put the takeoff power to take off. Take a look at our checklist, make sure we don't miss anything here. Let's see. Approach. ENAV power levers, suspension. Okay. ILS not yet. Okay. Checklist is all complete. I'll decrease to 1,500 here. There we go. I'll decrease to 1,500. Since we don't need this anymore, we'll go to performance and we'll select approach speed. There we go. 101 knots. 30 knots, just perfect. Now we're going to want to make sure that when we get to 11,000, if he doesn't ask us to go lower, we're going to make sure we get on the power. Make sure we don't stall the aircraft, because that would be a disaster. And when we get to 10,000, we'll turn on the replay. So I'm going to get that up now so I don't forget. We are approaching 13,000. Let's make sure. Depressurize. Yep, 300. Yep. That's all good. Batteries are all good. Those hydraulics look good. Guess we can get rid of this. Oh. Okay. 11,000. So let's bring this to 1,000. Okay, 119.4. Thanks for your service today. It's always appreciated. United 1067. See ya. Okay. San Juan approach, United 1067, 11,000 feet.
United 7 approach. See Thomas altimeter 300.
Roger. And I have Victor.
Roger.
Okay, we're going to need to boost this back up to 40.
And United 76 expecting ILS runway 10 approach in San Juan.
10, United 1067. Okay, so 109.7 is the ILS frequency with that. So let's get that up. Airport. And let's see, what's that? ILS 10. 101 and 109.7. Okay, so let's get that dialed in here. Nav. Okay. 109.7. Enter. Put that over. And there we go. And here. 097. Enter, and let's put that active too, so we have it. And now I'm going to go into heading mode and course. I'm going to set the course to 101. Okay, course is now going to be 101. Okay, there it is. Okay, go back to FMS, back into nav mode. Back over the other side here. And dial in 101 on the first officer side. Okay, just like that, they're set. Now, what are the minimums? Minimum is 260, so let's set that. And this is very good. 260 is set. Okay. And let's get the speed back up here. Let's go to 50. You descended me kind of early. Let's get this up to 50. Get our speed above 200 knots here. Maybe even 60. Try 55. Let's go to 60. Slowly. Nice. Okay, we're speeding up. just want to get it over 200. And let's sync them up. There we go. Got to change the FMS too. So let's see here. Next. Let's switch this to 10. Chocolate 4. Done. Execute. Clear that. Clear that. And execute. Perfect. So this is going to be Chinner at 3,200. Remzi is 1,500. So we'll see what he takes me down to. Okay, we're all set. We be set. I have a feeling he's just going to vector me in. So yeah, 60 seems to be about right. 60% seems to be about right for the speed we want. We are currently coming up on U.S. British Virgin Islands here. British Virgin Islands, American Virgin Islands here. Flight recorders, I don't forget. There we go. Have 204 knots, that's just about right. And let's double check our performance. Okay, 101. Okay. 14. This is the fourth stream I've done, and if you're interested, I did fly in the 8 through 10, and also flew a flight from Brussels to Norway and a few other places, all different aircraft. So if you like what you see here, make sure to like the stream and maybe follow. But you'll get future notifications when I come on again. I generally tend to fly lots of different kinds of aircraft, all different sorts of places all over the world. I'm in the Caribbean here. I was in Europe. I flew to Zagreb. Flew over the Sahara Desert. Seen oftentimes flying, sometimes long hauls. I'll fly a long haul into Asia, fly around China, Japan, Thailand, Phuket, fly back, sometimes Australia. So I do tend to fly a lot of different places, and in the United States as well. Here. The chart calls for crossing Chaka at 6,000, so I don't know if he wants me at 6,000. We'll see what they do. That's what's fun about traveling different places in the world, and you get ATC. I frequently get ATC in all kinds of strange places that you'd never expected. It's pretty fun to hear different kinds of accents and see the different way people do things. Of course, Europe, they're on all the time. Maybe they go offline about a few hours before I started the stream, so they're mostly on the West Coast, or mostly morning time, or really late at night here. I'm on the West Coast of the United States. And of course in the US you've got lots of ATC on all the time. But then you're flying in other places like Oman, and Turkey, India, and other places. You do get ATC. China, you get ATC. You got to fly in meters there. Russia. I've been doing many flights in Russia. And then in Korea, Japan. So it's pretty interesting to see how they do things. My next flight's going to be San Juan to Houston, and then I'm going to be flying the ATR or the Dash 8 to 4 or 5 different destinations. Let's see. They're going to be one, I'm going to be going to Anchorage eventually and flying to Papa Alpha Delta uniform. But there's Kilo Papa India Bravo, Kilo Victor Charlie Tango, Kilo Mike Echo India, Kilo Mike Charlie Whiskey, Kilo Foxtrot Oscar Delta, and Kilo Alpha Charlie Kilo. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 airports that I haven't been to yet. And then there's a couple other ones, Kilo Bravo, Hotel Bravo, that's an ATR flight, and Kilo Golf Tango Uniform, that's a flight out of Fort Lauderdale. So maybe I'll fly the ATR to Fort Lauderdale, fly that one, and then fly from Fort Lauderdale to KGTU, get that one out of the way, and then fly from Fort Lauderdale to Houston. Yeah, that might be an interesting thing. Okay, we're coming up, we just passed the Virgin Islands here. Beautiful, isn't it? And the simulator is just great. I'm an X-plane guy, but more and more, flying more and more of my flights in Microsoft Flight Simulator, just because of just how nice it is. Sure they're still on. Yep. set here any minute. Maybe this next waypoint will drop us down. I flew in here one other time with the approach on. Usually the tower's been on, and then lately ground too. The tower's been on or approach has been on, and they vectored me around, took me right off the arrival. But I'm guessing any minute now we're going to be getting some further descent instructions. And we'll head down at 1,500 feet a minute. We're at Palco. We're coming up on another one of this. This island belongs to San Juan. This one below us here. What island? Let's see.
United 1067,
Descend and maintain 6,000, United 1067. Okay, there we go. That's
United
good.
57, San Juan, return to
Thank you. Let's go down at 1,500 feet a minute now. What's the working speed? 1,500 feet a minute. And let's set her down 6,000. There we go. We're going to bump this down to 40. Okay. Down to 40%. All right. So now we're below 10,000, so I'm going to start the recording. Okay. That island we're over now is, oh, it's Puerto Rico. Isla de Culebra. Isla de Culebra. Is that island we were just passed over here. We head on down to 6,000. I think it's about time to turn off the music here, so we'll do that. Stop that.
That's all aircraft data information listing down for San Juan, San Juan,
3006, okay? So let's crank that up. 3006. Okay. Then he's probably going to just have me fly. He's probably going to have me fly 320, maybe 310 for a downwind. This out to 35%. crossing Chaka at 6,000. Yeah, so I'm guessing that's 320, 310. It's probably a Chaka going to head me out to 310. Or maybe 320. Now we'll see. Missed approach altitude here is going to be 3,000, so we want to make sure we dial that in once we're I've been vectored over to runway 8 before, but I haven't been vectored to runway 10 yet. So we'll see what he does here. Okay, so now we're going to bump this back up. Bump this back up.
United 7 exit Chaka at heading 80.
Heading 280 at Chaka, United 67. Oh, so we're going to go that direction. Oh, so he's basically flying us along the star. Okay. Excellent. Okay, well now we can switch over to ILS 1. Yeah, we got 101. Yep, it's set. Okay, so we'll get rid of that. Probably descend us down to 3,200 feet. Send and maintain 3,000, United 1067. So now we're going to go down here, and we're going to go down 1,000 feet per minute. And I know you can't see this, I can barely see it, but I'm dialing in 3,000. That'll be our missed approach altitude as well. And we'll go at 1,000 here. We're at 5,000. As soon as we get to 3,000, we'll slow up to wait to about 180 knots, and I'll get out flaps 15. Temperature here should be well above what we need. Yeah, it's 18 degrees, so I don't have to worry about icing. Airport's coming up here at our 1 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to slow this up now to about 500. This will help slow us down. bring this back to 30 now. Start slowing down. Okay, we're at 38,200. So we should start slowing down. Start slowing down, get some flaps out here. The speed is dropping. We'll just let it drop slowly. Not sure what this little bit here is. Sure what this was. 20 hours. Not sure. Weird glitch in the system. That's 15 out. Okay, we're going to get some speed in. Make sure we don't go too low. So let's get in here. Let's get in here 40 right now. 50. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, let's have a look at our checklist, see if there's anything we need to be doing. Nope. So we're established. So you get to 2,000. Slower up, get the gear down, get flaps 30 out, land it. A little bit further here, then you can turn us. Got a feeling it's nope. Okay, we're just about the glide slope intercept point, so a little bit further. Oh, there, it went away. Okay. In a minute now, he's going to turn us to 010. Set the islands. San Juan approaching at 1067. We're ready to turn.
Yeah, 1067, about to give you your turn here. About 3 miles.
Lost our glide slope signal, so let's...
Yeah, 1067, turn right heading 08, 018, 3000, approach cleared at
Turn right heading 080. Maintain 3000 till established. Cleared ILS 10 approach at 1067. Okay, here we go. Hopefully. This will still pick up. We're not far away. Well, it should come back in here. Okay, perfect. Pick up the localizer signal here again. I'll arm nav as soon as I see the needle starting to move. That way we don't have something goofy happen. Oh, okay, just established here. Excellent. Okay, hopefully we don't get too... Turn me on a pretty narrow intercept. 80.
United 7
Clear to land, runway 10, United 1067. Hopefully we lock on. Oh, okay. Now we're gonna do that. And then as soon as we lock on, so we've got localizer. There it is. Now arm approach. Glide slope is activated. We've got the missed approach set. We've got the minimal descent altitude is there. And let's set in the runway heading to 101. Okay, we're set. Now at 2,000 feet AGL. Down we'll go the gear below 160 knots. Below 160 knots, we'll extend flaps 30. We'll slow right on down to 110 or so. Glide slope is captured. Okay, so now we're going to bring it back to 30. We're going to bring this back to 30. Now down we go. We want to be caught out here hot fast like we were at the last approach. Okay. Yeah, we need to come down to 20. This aircraft is going to slow down. Bring it on down to 20. Okay, we're starting to slow here. Good. Let's get the gear down. And we'll get below 160. Okay, we're below 160. Whoops. Didn't like that. This needs to go. I see you got the next flap set. Still get below 150. Come on, man. Okay. There we go. Flaps 30 is set. We're all set. So we got three green landing gears down. Flaps are full. Let's see what else. Power management is in takeoff. Yep, we're ready to go. We are ready to go. Slowing on down. We're at 1,700, 1,800, 1,600 feet. So slowing on down. Notice the speed bump moved to 100 knots. That's pretty cool. At 9. Okay, so we're right about 20. Let's give it a shot. We're about 116. There's an AI traffic on runway 8. Okay, 16. Let's back this down to maybe 18. About 18. Just about right. We'll leave it at 20. Nope. 25 here. Okay, take it over from here. Okay. Speed's good. Just about right here. Let's get it back. Let's get her back here. The wind's dropping off. Get her down. Center.
500.
About right. Let's take a little speed off.
Approaching minimum.
Let's get that.
Minimum. Minimum. 200.
Okay, perfect.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
There we go. Not bad. Alrighty. Oh, that wasn't too bad. A little stuttery there at the
Yeah,
end.
7 report.
Bravo 5, United 67.
Yeah, 7, Lima, November, just ramp.
Lima, November to the ramp, United 67. Okay, Lima, that's his first. Lima's going to be here. Okay, flaps up. Slow her down. Okay. And lights off. Strobe off. Big light off. Oh, sorry, turned on mic by mistake. Slow down here. Slow down. Start the chronometer. 2 minutes. Okay, turn off the radars. And we're going to turn off the radar. Gust lock coming up. And I'm going to turn in right here. Well, welcome back to San Juan. We left here mere hours ago. And, yeah, you have to keep an eye on the nose. This aircraft wants to come up. They want you to get high on the ILS when you're coming on a very short final. Bravo 5 is right there off to our left. So let's get the taxi line on. Okay. Slow down. Turn. Okay, coming on in to Bravo 5. This is where we started. Slow down, slow down, slow down. There we go. Parking brake is on. Bring these bad boys to feather. After 2 minutes, we can start to shut down the. It's been 2 minutes, so we can actually turn them off. Boom, boom. And then we can turn off the seatbelt sign. I'm not going to worry about the electrics or anything like that because we are not going to. The replay doesn't really pay attention to that. Okay, so the engines are off. And all right, San Juan, thanks for the help today, and we'll be logging off, and we'll see you later at 67. Okay, put the trim back. There it goes. Is he logged off? Still there. Oh, he logged off. He logged off. Ah, okay, so now we're going to be disconnecting. All right, let's see if the props are still spinning. They are not, so we can turn off the beacon light. And let's make a note of our time. So the time is 21:10. 21:10 Zulu. How much fuel? We've got 1,920. 2,920. 2,920 pounds left, so that means we used 1,708 pounds used. Okay, let's see what the landing rate was. What was that? Landing rate was minus 261 and 110 knots. Not as good as yesterday, but it's okay. Minus 261 FPM, 110 knots. RVA says anything between 100 and 300 is okay. And we're at Bravo 5. So let's log that. We left at 1. We came into Bravo 5, and then we're MSFS 2020. That was number 106. Okay. Stream number 4. Okay, submit. Boom. Okay, So that's done. So now we can close that. Can close out that spy. We can close out our checklist. All right, so let's stop the replay. Okay, there it is. And let's now bring in the replay and see how we looked. So load. Okay, here we go. And there it is. Started. Started. Okay, now let's bring it up to bring it up to right there. Okay. Let's wait, it'll give a second for all this stuff to load in. There we go. Everything loading in. Give us plenty of time. Okay, seems to be loaded in. So this is at 800 feet. Right now, this is about 400 feet. Come on. Go. Bring it in. Speed was. See how it wants to. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Wasn't bad at all. Okay. Yep. See how it looks from this angle. Yeah, if you're too fast in these aircraft, they're going to pitch up on you. They're going to balloon on you and flare. They're going to want to keep flying. But when flying the Dash 8, I'm used to these landing speeds being around 130 knots, so going down to 100 takes a little getting used to. I was at 110. There you go. Got one to keep flying. Cool. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Right on the shell. Oh, there I put the reverse in. Okay. I'll take that. I had a minus 87 yesterday. It was pretty nice. Let's try this direction here and see about the center line. Wind was changing too right as we were landing. It was about 12 knots crosswind, and it dropped to like about 3 knots. Oh, we're right there in the center line. Yeah. Oh, that's not too bad at all. I'll take that. See what it'll look like from the wing point of view here. And then we'll a couple more of these and we'll wrap it up. too bad. Let's bring it back a little further in this last one. Wow, those clouds look great. Those look real right there. Wow. Holy moly. That's exactly what it looks like too. Those puffy clouds like that. They're defined, but they're still fuzzy around the edges. That's what makes them look. They're not all just mushy potatoes, but they're kind of wispy and, man, not gonna lie, that looks great. I don't think the clouds in X-Plane 12 look like that yet. Okay, we are in final intercept here. Beautiful. Landing gear just about to come down. These flaps should come down some more too, I think. Unless that's all the way. I don't think that's all the way. Ah, here comes the gear. Oh, there they go. Yeah, I went too. It's going a little too fast. I had to wait. Checklist says below 160, but I got below 160 and it wanted to be below 150. Should have seen that on the speed tape. It's pretty well marked there. Okay, we're about 2,000 feet here. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I didn't notice there's people in there. Oh, look at that. Oh, guy looking around. That's cool. I wonder if he's the one pilot. He's the one flying. feet. A little different perspective when you're in these turboprops like this, looking out the window, because you're below the wing. Usually we're used to flying in jets being above the wing and looking out and seeing a lot more, but here you look out and, you know, it's yeah, that wasn't too bad a landing, really. Didn't bounce even anything. Didn't see the wing or anything. Yeah, I'll take that. Up come the flaps. And we'll do a quick check. We'll do a quick shutdown checklist here. Okay, good. So good. And okay, that's all good. Okay, now we need to come down here and turn the transponder, which we did. Okay. Okay, folks, well, that's going to about do it. I do hope you enjoyed watching the stream, and maybe you learned a little something. So thanks all of you that take the time to watch through here. And until next time, thanks for watching, folks. We will see you later.